Okay. Going on. Okay. Not sure if this is working. Uh, hopefully that is actually have camera and audio. Jeez. Okay. We're going. Like I said, trying something different. Hopefully that isn't as stressful. So far, I'm not being necessarily less stressful, but I'm here, and we'll keep going from here. So yesterday, I was trying to complete another color test. To clean on this poor thing. There's something that should be here that isn't over there. So that'll be the first. It's supposed to be a waterfall, but it doesn't necessarily. Okay, this is when I actually do that. When I change sizes on this, if I might say, on the inside. Streaming's hard, y'all. I'm just kidding. I know it is. It's just something else that I'm trying to learn how to away all the previous. I need to add these little bits of the waterfall behind the castle that you can't entirely tell is a castle. And then when whatever color this is, I can fill this in. Into that color. Oh, wait a minute. Is that a chat? Oh, hey. Hola and hail, Darren. Thank you for popping in. For being this one. Okay. Hopefully that's what happens. I lost me too, Darren. I did. Allegedly in India. If that's true or not. Okay. It says that it's back on here. Just trying to see if Streamyard had it so that the camera source changed, and if it does on the free version, which is what then I have no idea how to do that. So, by any chance, can you actually hear me, Darren, at all? Because I said them looking up, that's letting me do that, but I don't really know if it's going out to you guys or not. This is what happened when I tried to use Streamyard to talk with work out. It's been months, and I don't really know if it had or not. Not going. Well, I'm trying to talk not overly close, at least enough so that you might hopefully understand what I'm saying. And let me tell you, this is leaps and bounds above when I tried to do anything with StreamYard before. So I couldn't get anything going on the market. I meant to, that's the word I meant to use. I apologize. I think now it's not muted. Hopefully that will continue. Okay, let's try this again. At all. So I'm trying to. Anyone on you guys is in to see the darn cursor. What trying to actually erase the stuff. Okay. It's slower and I'll have a panic attack because it kind of has been. Okay, I think I'm just about back. Learn them a lot. For example, Streamyard still kind of hates me, but it doesn't hate me as much. All right, it looks like the image is trying to return. Based up in which we don't. I had not really done it before, which was well, like I recently learned, onward and forward. Because you're not bored of that. Better than and this is definitely backwards because oh, that's right. Oh, jeez. Hopefully it's not like this the whole night, but, well, it's like I said before. It is quite the Herculean task. Oh, this is still letting me turn the folders that I gotta open stuff up from. Okay, enjoy your dinner, sir. I miss Dominican food for I grew up with. Rice, beans, and chicken. The size increase has gone on. It's not quite equidistant, but it will do. Wait, no. Okay, here. Then I'll have that. Okay. Nice. Leave me in the studio. Oh my gosh. There it is blinking again. Oh, there's Dominicans. We just didn't make it quite as far as Vancouver, although we made it as far as Connecticut and New England. Kind of ridiculous. I'm like, why are there Dominicans in Connecticut? Well, oh, right, I got to do it on the other side too. Okay. Okay. Thicker than I expected, but yeah, see, when I haven't, the camera, when I'm not moving the image around or zooming in as much as I prefer, so can you do a bit of a rumbling of thunder because hang on. I think I'm just about back. And I don't think you were here when I was talking about this last time, Derek, 'cause I think it was past everything you'd already had to go. But I actually got to go to Canada a few times in the early 2000s. I was in Toronto, but I cannot remember if it was that or if I actually was in Quebec. I thought I had not actually made it to Quebec. Yeah, I'm gonna have to overwrite this too. Okay. So it was definitely the downtown Bavaria. It was near Chinatown, at least by. I still have some of the I didn't. They went, dreams, snake eater, still in a dream. Here is one of them. Let's see. Maybe now you can get. Oh no! Well, the shield is in there. That you can see a green man sort of. It's a shield that the character has, but you can buy it. It's as like openers. There were shields and swords in the election. Oh, that's great. Yeah, it's kind of like this. Wait, one more light source. Is that at all legible? No, it's too much. But in any case, this is them. There's the box here. And there's another set of letter openers there. All right, let me get this out of the way. That's the image on the back of the book. One of the main characters is holding one of those weapons, which clearly a phoenix or a swan or something, but as an axe, which is kind of cool. Only that one both got a little of moisture damage, which is making me still very angry, but I didn't know it had done that. Yes, that seems to be quite right. I got this then too. Now, the reason that I'm trying to say that I'm still not certain what city I was in now because this was 20 years ago. There's a restaurant down there within walking distance of where it was. I don't know if you know it. It was called Le Biftek. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but I believe it was spelled L-E with an apostrophe over it, and then beef, B-E-E-F, and then the last part of the word was T-H-E-Q-E. Hang on, show the last one. I have it. But yes, that restaurant was amazing. I still don't understand how they were able to cook so very particularly well. I still remember how it tastes. It was good. That was also the first time I think I'd tried, was it ribeye steak? Yes, I believe that's the first time I tried ribeye steak too. Now, let me show you a US printed Jade Man comic from artist Tony Wong. Frankly, legendary artist at this point, Tony Wong. This was Mega Dragon and Tiger. It was done by Image Comics. This is like early 2000s or late 90s. It's kind of hard to see it all. Crap. One more light source. Hang on. How about now? Now it might be a little bit clearer. There's Tony's name at the bottom. See Tony Wong. See this guy. Mega Dragon and Tiger. Let me jump to a page of some action here real quick. This is a really weird dude because he has 3 arms. One of them is coming out of his chest. And you would get this sort of stuff then in some of those type of books. Okay, now I think it's a bit more clear. Yeah, so you can see there's a 3rd arm. He's got this coming out of his chest. It's very strange. Here's a little bit of action. And I forget what this guy was supposed to be, but he looks like a skinnier bison. But honestly, he may have come from a book like this because Mega Dragon and Tiger is like from the early 90s, and they were reprinting them for the States. Let me see. What's a good one? Yeah, here's a nice slightly loaded set of pages. As you can see, trouble is about to beset this particular gentleman. Does not look good for him. But I really like the way they used to draw action on these things. Well, this is really weird. I'm glad the camera is kind of pretending to deal with this. Yeah, so that's the way that they kind of sort of used to do things there. So they started reprinting these about maybe a little bit more than 10 years after they were originally run. And so that was one in English. This is one that is not. This is not in English at all. This is the original book, and that's the original cost. Although I did not pay that because this was on special at that store. But I recently found these because we've needed to do a lot of cleaning in the basement, and I had lost track of them. Like, where the heck are my comics from Canada? Well, I was very happy. So I was extremely happy to have found them. Right, so it's been a bit of a trade-off, Kenjack. Ben, I'm not entirely sure how I can get it to stay the one thing or the other. Like, I didn't even think that the images for those comics were going to come through, but it seems they actually did. Really? When I showed the books, it actually came through properly. So what if... Can you read that? Did you ever read this, by the way? This is Wonder Woman from the mid 90s. Sorry, not early 90s. I think this was like 93 or 90. This was like way after they killed Superman off, because what happened was that Wonder Woman here, Diana, she had to go do a challenge to get to keep her title. I don't think that they kept this going, but basically for back then, Artemis beat her. I'm sorry for the spoiler, but I promise it's still worth the read. This was fun. The art was good. It's Mike Deodato Jr. For anyone that doesn't remember. Yeah, so it's Wonder Woman the contest, and basically Diana loses the right to be Wonder Woman for a bit to this lovely, lovely ginger-haired woman named Artemis. No, not Artemis as in Young Justice. Even though I kind of like that, it still wasn't the same character. She just used it as a code name. If any of y'all ever saw at least the first season or two of Young Justice, it's kind of worth it, but kind of not, because, well, Ken Jack Ben has been bored by this story before, but I just get annoyed by the whole of it. And when what is it there? Well, I don't like their execution. It was not worth what they like to call a payoff for what they did in the first two seasons of that show. It's very silly. I won't spoil it in case you actually do want to see it, because it actually was kind of fun. I just was overly disappointed by it then, and then season 3 is a complete wash. Now, Darren, when you said that, I believe you said earlier that when I'm showing the book that the sound quality seems to increase, and I think it's because it creates a bit of an amphitheater effect, because you see the microphone is literally right here in the camera. And so when I do this, it seems to be making a wall of sound to bounce off of. So I wonder if that's what's going on, because I have to point it in this direction so you can actually see this. And this is not a camera that has a zoom option because it's essentially a document camera. But it's good. I'm glad that at least there's that. The reason that you see pages here is because I have some of the pages marked off. Like in the beginning, you can see all of the credits. Although you can't really read them because it's completely refusing to focus. Jeez. But anyway, there's Wonder Woman. I swear, if I could figure out how to do this, I would do comic reviews if I could. But I still don't know how to do that. So for now, it's just drawing. And yeah, I think that's what was going on. Is like, because when I have the book here, the sound is just bouncing, is coming from behind the camera and then bouncing right back at you. So I think that's what's going on. Now this monitor is curved, and I hope that that would actually help with that. That's why the picture, by the way, it looks like it may be a bit skewed. But when I bought it, I never considered I might have to try to point a camera at it, and thought if I would, that at least it being curved might help. So not sure which way it's going there, but let me put this book back. Okay. Oh, I wonder if I can show you this. Now this is kind of for Ken Jack Ben in some aspects, because I'd showed him this character before. Not this, but this, I think. No, this is actually for this is for the last Rainbow Bright project. Or the last part of it, I should say. Because after we do this one that I'm working on now with his Rainbow Bright herself and a little bit of armor. Yes, that's why it's doing it that way. I'm trying to point it as direct as I can so that you can see what I'm trying to do, but it's, like I said, this is a camera without zoom. It works hard. It works very hard. It is ultimately not one of those type of cameras. It is a camera it's for more for documents. All right, let me try to find this. Because I'd shown him this character before, but I tried to do a sort of rudimentary coloring of it. It's for my fantasy story. There we go. Oh, there we go. Because I kind of sort of wait. Why is this still here? Hold on. I can't use the phone to do it, although that would probably be more effective. Oops, sorry, the sound left there for a second. But first things first, I need to charge this. And I need to charge this. Jeez, where did it go? Okay, those are loaded up, so I should be able to get down there and open this thing. All right, let me scroll down. Okay, she's in here somewhere. Okay. Oh boy, that little nephew of yours is a delightful treat. He's a funny little guy. Thanks, Asher. I appreciate it. But I can't really show it because then you wouldn't look at the drawing. Anyway, if you can see that at all, I may have to zoom. Maybe there's a better way I can do this. Is that slightly more centered? Maybe, hopefully. Geez, this thing does not make it easier. So, Kenjack Ben, this is the character that I showed you the line, well, I guess sort of the line work for, that you could only tell that there were two sections of it. So, I tried the color because I figured it was going to be good to have her be kind of violet, because this character is going to be particularly evil in ways I'm not really going to divulge here. But anyway, this was her sort of. This is like a try at color. I'm not 100% sure if she's even going to stay this way, but I kind of like this design, and I said, okay, we'll keep this, and we'll figure out how to make her look cool once I can learn how to make metal look kind of liquid. T1000ish. Oh, no problem there. But yeah, so just wanted to show you that from the other day. I meant to throw it up, but it's been kind of difficult to throw it on the phones. Oh, and the reason you probably couldn't tell what this was is because this is a tail of metal, and there are actually supposed to be two of them that are part of that armor, because he's just supposed to basically be one long, extended, multiple tentacle sort of blade. It'd be so much cooler if you could actually see her moving like she does in my head. Because the reason there's all of that fishnetty caginess is because she's also a ninja, and I'm still missing sort of the eastern part of the influence of this armor, and that's because this is still mostly Western. I don't have enough in here of stuff kind of looking like a kimono or something else, which was really supposed to be in the arms, but it's not. It's incorrect, but it's the best that I could do for now to represent the character in my head. All right, I get rid of this now. Let's get back to work. Okay. All right, where were we? Oh, yes, here. I just realized something, but I'm not going to say it because I would like to not jinx myself for a change. And instead, I'll just get back to it. So now I'm trying to thin out this second separator along her boot. I gotta change that too, so I might as well take the heavy gray tone color. That's supposed to be her leg. So I have to change this also. I left the little black down here, you see. A little too much. Okay. I knew this mic works, just from this internet signal, I just don't know. That works terribly well. I'm gonna have to get a D-Day Cobra camera at some point instead of this poor guy. Or maybe I can keep this for like the sketch pad image. And if I can get that other camera, I can have it run the other side of it. Okay, thinner, thinner, thinner. Not too thin. Okay. Not too much. Okay, that did it. I'll take it, Darren. Every day of the week, I'll take it. I mean, right now, it seems like Streamyard is outperforming my OBS experience thus far, which I certainly didn't expect, considering what Streamyard put me through last year, just trying to talk with Culture Casino. It was rather embarrassing. But he was very kind in giving me some tips and tricks. I just have not been terribly good at executing on them, but it's finally starting to pay off a little bit. But it took a while to even try. Oh no, I need the black pen. All right, here we go. Yep, I need it right here. Okay, now I need to thin that back out. Jeez. All right, so I have to take that color back. You see a little bit of the spacing. Yeah, maybe they didn't. Maybe they didn't. He really is a good egg. He is. He is. Like culture will. He will give you the stream off his back if he can to help you get up and running. But for me, the problems were even more than that, and I'm still not 100% on what they were, but I know it was particularly tough. All right, now let's see. I'm still messing with the lines on from her perspective, her left leg. From yours, it would be the leg on the right. But what I'm trying to do is to make enough of a division in color so that, well, you saw what I did here, where it's supposed to look kind of see-through around her, like you can see inside the boot, so to speak. Oh yeah, dude. Culture's hair is a point of jealousy across the whole of the internet landscape. So is Nick Weiser's, by the way. I don't have a quarter, tenth, a tenth of a tenth of the amount of hair that those guys do. And my hair is in a friggin' afro, for crying out loud, so to speak. It's very, very curly. I mean, I look like the dude. My hair looks like the dudes from Blake 7. If you've ever seen that, or if you've ever seen The Prisoner, the actual Prisoner, because that was the same guy, the same actor. Sorry, I've been going back to that series. It is rather fun, and I think that actually is the first time that you see a ship of rogues, if you will, on TV. Because I can't remember. I've tried to look, and I have not found it. That's the very first time. So, and when I get a chance to, because someone else I would like to stream with and talk comics on come on, brain work. Oh, Clobberin times. Man, that man's head is full of comic book knowledge, and I agree with a lot of it too. Daredevil was a lot more likable before Frank Miller got to him, but it's not so discouraging and disappointing afterwards because, well, basically Frank Miller hardened Daredevil and the Batman and anybody else who could get hold of. including the Punisher. I mean, the Punisher was already pretty hard as he was, but he definitely got a harder edge from Frank when he stopped by there. But yeah, I've been watching through Blake 7 because I got to see a couple episodes before, and then I couldn't for years. I'm talking 2 decades at least. I could not remember the name of that show until I was listening to Klobby and he was talking about it. He kept saying Blake 7. I'm like, what is that? Sounds familiar. What is that? And then eventually started to actually describe it. Like, yeah, this is a show that a bunch of shows rip off, but never give credit to, which is true because it was a seven. It's a crew of seven. That's why it's Blake 7. Because the ship doesn't need a ton of people. It's sort of reverse Star Trek because they're all a bunch of miscreants and rogues on one ship. And then I don't want to. Well, I guess I can reveal because they are trying to fight back against the Federation, and each rogue has their own path and their own set of, what shall we say, special skills. Yeah, and it's a fun show. I like it. I like it. When I told Nina about it, she's like, "This looks old," but it doesn't look bad. I like Nina, man. She is a good egg. She really is. But yeah, I've been rather enjoying that show. If you've ever seen Firefly and you watch some Blake 7, you know where Firefly came from. Let's just put it that way. Well, actually, that's not completely true. You have to throw in something else. So you take a rather heavy dose of Blake's 7, and then you add in a nice pepper dash of Outlaw Star, and then grind in some Cowboy Bebop, and you essentially have Firefly, which is a very good show. So, for me, Firefly is more, as Ken Jack Ben would put it, homage than cliche, but very, very enjoyable. That's the thing, is like, it's like what Lucas did. Lucas took everything that he liked because he could not get the license for Flash Gordon, which I still don't understand why, because he wanted to make Flash Gordon and he was not allowed to. It could just be because he was still technically a rookie director. He hadn't even made the THX yet at that point. But he took all the stuff that he liked and he ground it into a paste and then boiled it into a stew, which we call Star Wars, which was pretty fun at the time. Even now, as long as you don't count in anything that happened after he lost his hands from it. Ah, shoot, it might be too high. I have to. Let me see, like, if I can start it from a little bit lower, maybe it'll work. In any case, lost my train of thought, sorry. I do that a lot, tangentize. But in any case, yeah, so I like those shows, and the point I was going to make was ultimately, like, you can take different things that you like and use them to come up with something new. That, in a nutshell, is originality. So is it when you get a spark in your head for an idea for something that you didn't know was there before. So you're like, oh, let me write this down. Right, right. And I did the same thing. Like the world I came up with for fantasy, where that chick is going to be a particularly evil character, that's a smattering of all the stuff that I like too. Because I'm gonna have, there's gonna be some Lord of the Rings in there. There's gonna be some D&D in there. I know it's kind of redundant, but trust me, there's enough of a difference where you can take from the one and from the other. But yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is that that's the thing that we all do. Like, for example, my my sci-fi thing is supposed to be something of a combination. Like, it's sort of a what if Star Wars and Star Trek could actually happen at the same time, which is admittedly difficult. Uh, but at least I have an idea of the character and the story I want to tell through them. A pretty decent idea, but it's just hard coming up with everything of how to get the reader there. And that's before I figure out how to draw it. So some of the stuff, if I can learn it well enough to try to razor fist it. I don't know if you guys got to back his his novels, the Night Vale series, but I got to, and I'm enjoying them. So I didn't get I finished I only finished the first one like a few weeks ago, and I liked it. Like it was a nice fun little story, and I would like to read more of that. And so I started his second one because it also recently came in from his campaign. What is it called? Death Mask. And yeah, that's a fun little book, and it certainly has helped with some of the stuff that I wanted to do. But yeah, so that's kind of what we do when we have a bunch of stuff we like. The reason I mentioned that world is because I originally had a character that was going to jump around. Yes, Buckaroo Banzai. Exactly, exactly, absolutely, Darren. Oh, okay, cool. We'll definitely write that down, even if it's on pen and paper, Ken Jack Ben, because I'm sure we'll be able to put it through the same way. Yes, 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 that's right, Darren. Quentin did do the same thing, essentially making some great flicks. And the other one I was going to mention along that line was that Steven Spielberg also liked pulp, but he really liked James Bond. They would not let him make a James Bond movie, and so, necessity being the mother of invention that it is, led him to come up with Indiana Jones, and that's why we have Raiders of the Lost Ark. Because Spielberg wanted to make a James Bond flick, but he was forced to create his own character. So he was not a spy, but we got the same level of adventure, if not more so. Because I'll be perfectly honest with you, Raiders of the Lost Ark is a much better movie than the original James Bond flick. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm saying it's a bad movie, because I love Dr. No. It's great stuff. But the movie that Spielberg made, because he used the influence of the character that he liked, he discovered one for a character that came out of his own head, sort of based on that original character. And that's a good thing. I don't know if you ever got to see the Doc Savage movie that came out, Darren. I haven't. I've tried to track it down, but I have not been able to find it even across the high seas there. It's like from the 70s, 80s or 70s. I can't remember. But all the speeches and stuff are right, and I know Razorfist uses footage of it here and there. I did get to see the Solomon Kane movie that came out like a year after Iron Man, 2008 or 9 or something like that. That was cool. And Razor's right about rejecting modernity and embracing the pulp. It's good stuff. Oh, sweet. Awesome. Awesome. Yes, if you have anything that can transfer files that big, let's do it. Right, a copy. Copy, of course. Holy cow, 2 hours in, and there's, well, I'm not going to mention it. Let's not jinx it. But anyway, let's keep it rolling. But yeah, it's that, like at least the footage of it that I got to see of the Doc Samson movie is like, okay, this is definitely something more people should be watching. Because it's definitely from the era of Christopher Reeve's Superman, and it's made very much in the same fashion. And let's face it, Superman in and of itself is very influenced by Doc Savage because those little two Jewish guys that were running around doing this, they are also, reading the pulps and everything else too. And I'm grateful that they did because that led them to the proper creation of Superman. You see, I'm sure you guys know that Superman, the way he was originally created, was just basically an evil Dr. X plus Lex Luthor. And as they shot that around, that didn't really work. And when they just sort of settled down to, okay, well, let's apply to this what we know. What are our legends? What are our mythos? What are our strengths there? Well, we've got, well, they really wouldn't count Jesus Christ quite as much, which is why Zack Snyder and other people get it so wrong because they try to assume, oh, well, clearly Superman, Kal-El, this is an allegory for Jesus Christ. No, you idiots. He was not made by Christian men. He was made by Jewish men. What this is an allegory. Well, I can't really say it's an allegory, but the heavier influence is clearly Moses. Moses, parents have to save him because all of the male babies, are being killed. So they put him in a basket and sling him down the river for someone else to hopefully pick up. That's what happened to Superman. So it's for Moses. But they get, these people, they get it wrong. And it's really, really, really weird. Because I don't even like the comparison that a lot of people make to DC characters as, oh, well, they're gods on walking on Earth. Like, I get that they're sort of, our Greek mythos, and in effect, sort of, I guess, demigods from looking at it in one perspective, but they really aren't. Because all they are is people with power who choose to do the right thing with it. So there's comparison to the Greek stories, of course, but not as much as they don't as far as they want to take that. We're like, oh, these people are like gods walking among men, and that absolutely makes zero sense to me. Like, for example, Wonder Woman. What about her is a demigod? She's not even human. Usually, to be a demigod, you had to be a mix of both. And she was just basically crafted out of clay. Now, I know that there's some folks who don't really like that origin, but that's the origin that is. She does not have a father. She was crafted out of clay and bolted into life. And if anything, she has more in common with Frankenstein than she does with anyone else. Okay, I think I can take that. But that means I have to point the other ones down a little. Gotta angle it more. Hang on, let's try that. Oh dear God, I just realized I haven't saved this in a while. I should do that soon, but I don't want to jack up the stream. But I gotta do it. Eh. I mean, I still have that book I have to get out. I did get it out of storage, but I just haven't brought it here. Because the best thing that ever happened to Wonder Woman in DC is George Perez. I don't think, at least not since he tackled Wonder Woman, that anyone has gotten her and sort of, well, not sort of, because he definitely improved her and introduced us better to her abilities since he did. I actually have some of the Gail Simone books because I did not know at the time that she was slowly taking over the comic industry with Kelly Sue DeConnick. I mean, she's a decent writer if she's focused on just trying to tell a story, but she's not very good. And because I like I have the trades of it, and she just there's just something Diana's missing from those stories, and so is Wonder Woman. There's an idea of Wonder Woman that she's trying to shove in there that doesn't really belong. because it's not the character as she was built, as she was made. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to outshine that. Hang on, let me bring this. Hang on. Holy cow! Ow, 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 ow. Can we live with that? Can we do it? Almost. Sorry, this what I'm doing now. It's very small, so it's probably very hard to actually see what I'm doing. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's what we needed. Okay, they're definitely done now. Hey, look, the image on the stream is actually keeping up with it for once. Okay, let's save it before something crazy happens. Okay, number 46. Saved. I'll have to remember this for tomorrow. I don't know if you guys can hear this at all. Do you think I should try this again with Streamyard, or should I try to go back to OBS? Because this was a bit of a going, but I guess once it gets to this point, it kind of seems to be doing slightly better. At least slightly. Alright, now I'm gonna mess with her other. I'm gonna mess with the right boot. At least from her perspective to the right. Because now that I made those little touches over there, this one is off. Oh shoot, what the heck was that? Okay. Friggin' time is it? Oh, alright. There should be more. Should be more. But yes, going back to earlier, that is how I actually discovered Lake 7 and that I'd actually gotten to see some of it. So then I was able to go out and track it down. There's actually a drawing I would like to make for Cloppy based on that, but I'm not quite there yet. Well, William Moulton Marston is not, that I know of, Christian in his beliefs, but I will go with, I'll meet you halfway in that there's more to her between Pinocchio and Frankenstein than anything else in previous literature to when she existed. But it is kind of a combination of both because of how she was literally made. Now, I know she wasn't made from separate parts, it's all just from dirt and mud, but still, that's why it was kind of Frankensteinish, because you have to throw more things together in order to make a thing that you weren't really sure you could make there. Because she literally has a she's alive moment in how she actually comes to be. Now, once we get around to Zack Snyder, and I think a couple of writers in the early 2000s suddenly, well, this doesn't make any sense to me, so we're going to make it so she's actually Zeus's daughter. Yeah, or Ares' daughter. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't care. She doesn't come from some ridiculous love triangle. That's not her origin story, and I'm never going to accept that from those people. I was very, very angry when they changed that because George stuck to it. He said, okay, this is what her origin was, well, let's make sure that this comes out. Like the only time Wonder Woman has ever used her powers, even remotely close to what she was originally intended to be, was when he was drawing and writing her. Because she got this from this, got this from that one, because she got blessings bestowed upon her that were basically, she was kind of like Mega Man, believe it or not. Because basically she kept getting like pretty much the pantheon all blessed her with one thing or another because she's supposed to be the champion of theirs, supposed to go to men to show them right. Blah 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 blah. Diplomat. Blah 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 blah. You know the rest of her origin. That's how it makes sense. And then all of a sudden, well, I can't accept that she was just made out of dirt. So I'm gonna make it so she had a father. She doesn't have a father. She doesn't even technically have a mother. She has the mother that loves her and raised her after the little goop of mud got turned into a little baby girl. That's what she is. That's part of her unique charm that puts her in a very similar that puts her in a more unique class than, believe it or not, even Clark, because he at least got to have parents. Kal-El had parents. Bruce had parents. Wally had parents. Dick had parents. Wonder Woman didn't. Yeah, I think so. And the Gail Simone thing, it's but she brings that back really hard. Oh yeah, that's really her daddy. Isn't that much more interesting than her original origin? No, no, it isn't because she's not unique. She's the same thing as everyone else now. So that's why I don't. I couldn't roll with it. When you take away a character's uniqueness, that makes things more annoying, not less. That's what all of these, as Doomcock would put it, fake woke wankers did to the comic book industry and all of these characters. That's why Tim Drake, after 33 years of thought bubbles of him being clearly straight, suddenly likes dudes. And changes like that to a character are just simply not welcome. Oh my gosh, is this one darker than this one? I think it is. Let me turn these darn lights off. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Before I turn these darn lights off, let me show you one other thing I found that I'd forgotten that I actually had, which survived all the water damage. This is not the thing. This is actually the back of the thing. Do you remember ads for stuff like this? It's completely ridiculous. It even says here, this was printed in Canada. Let's see. Daisy Manufacturing Company, Box 220, Rogers, Arkansas 72756 is the full registry in America, but where the people that actually ran this for them in Canada are Victor Recreation Productions. And it's clearly, just a pop gun. It's not like doesn't shoot actual bullets. There's a father and his, showing his son how to use it because it's nice and safe. I wish we could go back to these times and get far away from Castro times. So, what was this, you ask? It's an issue of Superman Family when comics just about started to cost $1. Look at here. 5 complete super stories from Superboy, Supergirl, Jimmy Olsen, Lois Lane, and Mr. and Mrs. Superman, which I still don't remember exactly what that is. But let me pull it back out a bit. Oh, there it is. Okay, now you can see the Jimmy Olsen one because the Daily Tower is falling off. Somebody is being abducted by an alien. I really don't like that pose for Superboy. I don't understand it. It's like he's like this. That makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. This is a little weird. I don't know if you agree with me, but to me it's a little weird. This perfectly normal, totally fine. There's Lois Lane apparently faster than a speeding motorcycle in roller skates. I don't understand how that's a thing. But this is from that era that Ken Jack Ben like to talk about a lot of Superman stories where they get a little bit strange. I couldn't remember if that was a Daily Planet or some Chinese building or something. Y'all know how it was in the 70s. But yeah, this still lives. I had to throw away the plastic bag, but at least the stuff didn't get to the book. Look at that train. Look at that runaway train. I gotta learn how to draw stuff like this. Still can't do this stuff, but it was good. I like it. It's fun. The insanity of stuff that's supposed to happen so you can have your hero save the day from this. This was the board that I had back in it. If you find any of this candy, do not consume it. It will kill you. I mean, it wouldn't have then. Let me see. This is 70s. This is later 70s. Oh, here's the date. This copyright's from 79 for Lifesavers. But I don't know if 79 is when that book got printed. Oh yeah. Christopher Merle, he probably has this issue, and it probably looks a lot better than mine. Oh, sorry. One last one before they go out. If any of you guys followed Comicsgate, you're gonna actually remember this character. When he came on to Comicsgate, that's Mr. Smith, Mr. Andy Smith. He did this character first, and I was so happy to see it that I couldn't not back it because he has this story. He just fleshed it out way better, and it's even more fun than it was the first time around. Now that he's doing it on his own, but yeah, he's still got issues of the redux of it. I think on his website. Are you looking at those four people? I'm not so sure I can see four people, but I can see four people. But yeah, so this was a book I really liked, but at that time I think I was leaving comic books again, so had other things going on in my life, so I was glad I got to pick this up as a differentiator for what later came in life. Look at these four people. Is this thing working? Okay, good. All right, you get out of the way. You come back over here, and now I'll turn the lights off. Unless, of course, that actually makes things worse. But it shouldn't, because you should just be able to see the monitor better. And hopefully without any screen glare. Ah, yes, that makes sense. Yeah, because I don't have his book up here because it's with all of my indie stuff. So I finally got some long boxes. Oh, I wonder if I could show you that. I do have one long box in here, but it doesn't have any books in it. But I'll try to bring it out of there maybe for next time because I can't quite get at it. But it's a long box I started trying to draw during the first campaign for the Rippaverse. Believe it or not, to try to inspire Rippa to perhaps make some long boxes that are company side. But he did it on his own anyway because he had those. I wasn't able to back them, but he did. He did actually have some nice art on some short boxes. But anyway, yeah, that's where the rabbi's books. That's where I have them. They're in the one of the long boxes for indie books, which is pretty much most of what I have now. But I do understand his point about that, Darren, that there's a lot of noise in some of those backgrounds because they didn't have as much time, and they wanted people to focus more on the characters. Something that they would sort of bring back in the '90s, but in the worst version of that possible, where literally it's just different colors on the backgrounds on the panels, and unless the character is actually interacting with something, you don't even see a wall sometimes. It's unreal. Oh boy. Just a little more here. Okay, one more save, and then we can move on from her legs. I think I'll try a little bit more coloring now that her legs are cleaned up. Or boots, rather. Or cleaned up, I should say. Alright, there we go. Alright, I'm going to change the image again. Hopefully the camera will keep up and not kick me out of here. Alright. I'm going to have to do one more color test for this thing. I don't think I'm going to need to mess with the hair lines as much as I thought. Because I kind of like this color as much as this one, but there's still something missing. I'm not quite sure what it is. Because, I'm trying to... No, not that one. Where is it? Oh, geez, I've lost it. It's back here somewhere. Oh, there he is. I lost Hal Jordan for a little while there. You can't go running around losing Hal Jordans like DC did in the 90s. It's not good. Now, there's a character that doesn't have to go through a lot unnecessarily. I mean, that dude has been a Green Lantern, a good one, an evil one in effect, but not so much in motivation. I mean, he was the worst. I mean, think about it, guys. Can you imagine if Hal Jordan had become Parallax after Jeff Johns and Ethan Van Sciver had gotten to him? Can you imagine him getting 10 green rings, 10 yellow rings, 10 red rings, 10 orange ones, 10... I mean, how would he even get 10 orange ones? He had to get them away from Larfleeze, but he'd probably be able to kill them even with all the power he gathered, all that greed. But that would be insane. I know they tried to screw around with it in, post Rebirth, but before Rebirth and after Rebirth, I can't. I just call it Afterbirth. It's terrifying. It's bad juju. The rebirth run of DC was nice and refreshing. It was like, okay, let's get back to normal, guys. Let's also move the story forward on some of these people and let's see what we can do, which is how we got the, Superman as a man on the farm. Now he had Pa Kent's role, but he also has his own as the superhero because he was a dad. And then, we got Super Sons out of that, which, yes, Ken Jackman, I do like Super Sons, but I still hate Damian Wayne. There is no redemption for that character. None. Not even Superman's son can get him to be a real boy. I don't remember. I don't remember. I think he grew. I think he just made more with the rings. Not even sure, but I think that's kind of how he done it. That's not the point. It's not that you're not supposed to like him. It's that he is beyond that. The way that he was not. I mean, that's not where he originally showed up. Like that's what is it? Garth Ennis. Who the heck was it that did that? I think it was Garth Ennis. He didn't design that character to be redeemed. Like when you make a character like that, it's because you're trying to swing them in the other direction, or because of the age that you start them at, like, okay, this is clearly going to be an absolute villain. But he was worse than that because he was something that you didn't just like. It's just like the story form is like, I don't care. Like even trying to redeem him, it's like this person is so dang obnoxious. You just want to punch him in the face even after he's redeemed. I can't deal with it. I don't know if that was a part of the original thing, but I didn't. I have absolutely no positive feelings toward that character at all. I hate him that much. That much. Like that's all that character made in me is just I hate this person. I do not want this person alive. This person should not exist in this world or any world. This person, like that character, I hate him so much. I don't even want to see him as a result of an else world. I wouldn't care, like, oh, what if Batman had a son with Talia? It's like, I wondered about that once, but if it's going to be like this, no thank you. No thank you at all. But yeah, I just couldn't deal with it. Oh, right. Yeah, it was a Google link, Darren. I'm sorry. How are these messages doing this? Well, like we've all three of us have said, if it's not one thing, it's the other. But anyway, enough of my loathing. Sure, that's not really exciting things very much. All right, let me put Hal over here. I'm going to shrink that because you should be able to see just enough. Okay, it is working over there. It's not quite as bad. But I have to, right, bring this in. But yeah, I wouldn't mind that. After all that unpleasantness, like Rebirth is still awesome. Yes, even with the inclusion of Damian Wayne, because technically Rebirth was good for that character. That character was not designed for redemption in mind. I don't understand those fans. Like, look, well, then again, that's not entirely fair because you guys know Tom Connors, and someone tried to pose the idea of Cyberfrog going against the Ninja Turtles, which on paper, if that ever happened, that would basically be Superman going up against Batman, and that's where that whole thing comes from, where Batman can do anything. Well, it depends. Does he have time to prepare for it, or does he not have time to prepare for it? And usually, the generalization of such an encounter would mean that that other character would not have time to prepare, because let's face it, you can't do stuff like that without parameters. Superman is not going to heat vision Batman just on principle, like Zack Snyder would have you believe. That's just not something that he would do, which is why I never understood that particular nerd fight. I never could really get into my, well, this guy's bigger and he's brighter and greater than this one. And I'm like, what does that matter? These are your heroes. Do you really need to see your heroes arguing all the time? Aren't they supposed to be fighting the bad guys? But back to your comment, Ken Jack Ben. That's weird. And I don't understand why you feel that way about that kid. Because I cannot stand him. I am your Professor Zoom in that particular feeling of the department, because I can't. You can argue that Batman is already prepared at all times to defeat every last one of the Justice League. You should they become a threat, but you can't, because he can't make all seven. I'm sorry, all six of those scenarios go off at the same time. He's not always armed for those. And yes, but the point I'm trying to make is that this is a thing on paper, and this is a thing that you have to apply parameters to. If you don't apply parameters to it, basically, well, Superman would just heat vision right through Batman's head and kill him. And you could say the same thing about Cyberfrog with the Ninja Turtles, but Tom will argue that whatever the obstacle, there's nothing that those four brothers can't do if they're doing it together. That's basically his argument. I look at, and I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said it was they were weird, but I do get those fans, because they. I mean, this is what we've gotten about Batman since the animated series. The way that he's been done in comic books, and back then with Neil Adams and everybody, like he can do anything. But back then, like when Chuck Dixon was writing him, and several other fantastically talented writers, it wasn't that he could do anything; it's that he was acting like a detective. He knew how to solve these crimes. He knew what was dealing with these villains, which is another thing about Batman not killing. He doesn't, because the whole point of him, he's trying to work with the law to get these people help. He wants the villains to actually be, why can't I remember this word? It essentially amounts for their brains to be fixed so that they can stop being those evil personas. That is what Batman's goal is. He's not trying to kill anyone. He's not even trying to hurt them, but he knows that he's probably going to have to at some point, especially with people like the Joker and Scarecrow and them. When was that printed, sir? Please tell me. Yeah, that is kind of Bruce Wayne thought. But you see, that's, believe it or not, I actually find that to be a believable and acceptable scenario, because Superman even himself eventually remembers that, oh, now that we have you, someone who thinks like you is someone who should be around, because if something happens and we go rogue, like everybody eventually gets Batman's plan. Like, he has a point. It is a little insulting at first, but he does have a point. And the thing, and he even has a stronger point for when they say, well, did you ever think about making one of these little plans for yourself? And then it's not verbatim, but he essentially asks, what do you think the Justice League is? That's y'all's job. Right, a little bit of that. I can't be in favor because Batman wouldn't be. You see, in the Phantom Zone, you're not going to get, that's the word, rehabilitated. You're just going to get more pissed off. Pardon the vulgarity. But yeah, so because Batman has issues with that Phantom Zone thing. He does have issues with it. And I understand them. They make sense. It makes sense for that character to have issues with that little Superman jail. I don't entirely share them because basically that's a it's sort of a cheat of a solution, but I get why they came up with it because of like it's to show you that yeah, this can't really work because this is not a system that can possibly rehabilitate people. This is just throwing someone in a hole and literally forgetting that they were ever there. So that's why that would not work. Well, that's the thing about it is they have tortured the Phantom Zone into some other sort of existence over the years that I don't necessarily ascribe to. But if it's the concept of the Phantom Zone that they kind of went with in the Reeve movies, if it's something closer to that, I still wouldn't roll with it because ultimately that's not something you can escape. It's sort of a vegetative state, and that is not rehabilitation. Batman wants people to actually get rehabilitated. He wants for the Mad Hatter to stop being Mad Hatter and just get back to his own life and not have this weight upon himself. He wants for the Joker to just be a human being. He has a little bit less hope for the Joker than most, let's be honest about that, but ultimately Batman wants him rehabilitated. He's not trying to kill them. Mm, I don't know that word, but if you mean the Phantom Zone, he still would argue against that. It's not a for him. It's not a good solution because again, you're putting someone in a vegetative state essentially, and they could just die. They would effectively be dead if they were added to the Phantom Zone. You know, if it's the original Phantom Zone, not the one that they used in like even Supergirl with good Lord, well, you know, the '80s one, because that now I'm not even sure if that was a freaking Phantom Zone projector or not. Well, you guys would know or remember better. That's not unreasonable. That's because he wants people to be rehabilitated. You see, that's the idea of hope because they want they want to show Batman off as this dark and dreary, mysterious man. He has no emotions, but that's not true because ultimately he actually wants to rehabilitate those villains. That's not unreasonable at all, even given all the horrific things the Joker technically would have done by then, because you're still trying to fix a human being. It's a human being that doesn't have any issues with taking lives, but if you can fix him, it's not that it outvalues those lives that he takes, but if you can fix them, then you gain another one for humanity. So again, it's not something I agree or disagree with. It's ultimately that's how the character feels. That's how he's always felt. I need to get these people behind these bars in Arkham, not in a regular prison because they need to be worked on. These were humans once. Batman is one of the most compassionate characters, perhaps even overly so. You might be able to argue that there has ever been. People think that he's just this cold, well, he's this cold machine from the freaking Dark Knight Returns novel. That's kind of where I disagree with that. It's like, okay, yeah, I get it, but even to certain respects, Batman wasn't made as soulless even in that book as people sort of seem to remember. And I'm like, no, That's not really how it went. What did I miss? Oh, okay, there. Yeah, I'll keep that. Jeez, did I save this? No, but I just remembered I gotta fill that in too. Hang on, hang on. This will require zoom. Let me do it slowly. Oh, and after I did it, I noticed there's some here I need to do. Dang it. Get over here. Okay. Let me try to do this with the paint bucket, perhaps. It'll work. Oh, good. All right, now let's get the other side. Why did I have to cover this up? Well, it just was what it was. And that it was. Okay, good. Oh, not a change of topic, but just an interesting note. I don't know if either one of you watched the PBD podcast with Patrick Bet-David, but he recently had I guess you can call him co-founder of the Lincoln Project, Steve Schmidt, on, and it was every bit the sideshow that you can possibly imagine, given what that guy likes to say about things as they are. I think he may be ground zero for Trump derangement system. Oh shoot! I didn't even realize that was off. But anyway, it's worth a watch, I think, because the dude is ridiculous. But whatever. Moving on with life. Where were we? Yes, we were going to. No, not before I leave. I need to deal with that right there on the star cloud and this on that end. While I was drawing this into my sketch pad, I completely forgot to put my my GrumpyOldNinja tag on it, and I didn't even remember to put the CSF Nation tag on it. So then I'm like, all right, well maybe add them here digitally. So there's the CSF Nation one over here, which is basically just pretty much Makiny's chat. That's what we dubbed ourselves, so to speak. And then my tag is over here above the sprite. So I kind of tried to write it into the cloud, so that's why I'm going to have to color it very differently when I do it the second time. And then hopefully by the third, well, technically it'll be the third time for this, but by the fourth paint, hopefully the fourth paint job will be the last one. Then I can actually just post it. Yeah, I figured, Darren, the zooming is not that good, considering I have to point the camera at the darn screen. Okay. But while I'm here, I should try to fashion this into a bit more of a diamond shape. So let me do that. Oh, this is so hard to see on the camera. Sorry, but pardon me, guys. Give me a couple more seconds to stick here to try to do this. I just need these period punctuations to look a little bit more like what they're supposed to be, which are period punctuations on the GrumpyOldNinja tag that I tried to sort of write into the cloud, as it were. Now that I realize it, that's actually the blade. Oh, jeez. Oh, well. More's the merrier. All right, let's come on. Come on. You can do it right down there. Let's go. Open up a little bit more. Open up a little bit more. Oh, you know what? There is something else I can show you guys because pretty much nobody else is watching. I've only really shared this thing with Nina, but I got a spark a long while ago for something after she had made me a mod and I had gotten to watch her channel a lot more, kind of see like how Nina runs, how she rolls with her shows and things like that. And I'm like, oh, this is something that maybe I could actually do for her, but I'm still lacking the talent to really properly show it to her like it is in my head. But I'll show it to you guys because nobody else is looking. It's okay. All right, so let's come out of here. Oh, wait, let me bring it in a bit more. Yeah, so when you see the image, you can actually test it. Real quick, before I go to that, the idea for this character was that she was supposed to have more closed off armor, kind of more like this. This is why she's still rather incomplete. Like, you can't see skin on this character. You can't even really see her face, just sort of a wicked smile behind the helmet. Even though this is technically a good guy, believe it or not. Guys have a DS emulator. The game that I took that from is called Heroes Saga Levitine. Hold on, maybe there's a. I don't know if I actually brought the version with the logo on it. Let me see. Because I took inspiration from her for quite a few. Basically, she's supposed to be a witch in armor. But anyway, let me see. I don't think I brought that. Oh, if you guys have never seen these, I certainly share some of them over with you over like Instagram and stuff. But this was a thing that happened in like early '90s where I forget what artist was that did it, but he basically started drawing. He started drawing like pinup girls, but he would use Gundams as their armor as like their armor, so they look like a Gundam. For example, this is a Victory Gundam as armor for this chick. I don't know which one this is. I don't remember ever having run into that, but it was probably from Unicorn. If you ever saw Gundam Victory, that's what that is, because you can tell mostly by the shield and the giant bottom legs, forelegs, whatever you want to call it. And I forget that one, but I've seen it. I can't remember the name of it. This is a Gundam from F91. Now, let me see if they have this before I get sidetracked again, as I do tend to tangent a lot, in case you haven't noticed. And thank you for saying so, Darno. And yes, she is such an angel. She's good people. And since waking up to everything, she's become a lot more careful, which I allowed her for, definitely. But yeah, if you want to find them just out there on the internet, it's just called Gundam Gal. Or girls, depending on which way they put it. Yeah, sorry, I did not get the logo for it. I'll have to catch it some other time. But this is a production art poster. I think this is actually the inside of the game cover. But anyway, rolling out, because the whole thing is you get the stuff. Never mind, I'm not going to go into it here. I'll just show you the weapons. Different weapons that you can get and all. Right, now, let me come out of there, because okay. Where are you, young lady? Ah, there we go. Is it actually staying on the image here? Yeah, it looks like it's moving. I'll show you this first, which is really hard to see. But if you look over here where you can see the preview of the image, and you can sort of see my mouse cursor chippering around it, that is a word in the Persian language. It is the word for hope. Even behind that, the word for hope is there also in Spanish and in several other languages. There's actually a ministry that uses this. over there. But the reason that that's there is because I was trying to draw something that might, like I said, I haven't quite gotten it worked out in my head yet, but it would just basically be uh, infinite hope personified. I don't think I quite hit the mark, but I think she did kind of like it as, the drawing that it was. So let me show that to you. Ow, 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 my leg. Oh, my leg. Ah, that hurts. All right, let me actually open it for real. Same here, Darren. Same here. Same here. Anna can finally say that she did. I mean, I am too. I know this. I let some things go just because she's very very free about speech. But yes, so this was me trying to draw what might be infinite hope, and it was me trying to thread a line between Black Cat and Sailor Moon, which is I'm not entirely sure I had any success in that. Here, let me zoom into their insignia a bit. See, she even has a kitty cat, and it's not. It's a kitty cat that has more or less the same power she does. Oh shoot! I forgot the whole monitor. You can't see it all this way. Let me try to turn it just a little bit. Okay, so let me move up past the kitty cat. So now you can probably read the actual insignia. There in the bright blue is the infinity loop, and there is the word hope. But here is the word hope in Persian, which I don't think she actually got to see when I showed it to her, because it was probably a very small image. But I figure it's a decent start. It may not be a final product, but the reason that the hope looks like that is because I was trying to copy Nina's signature. Right. Blue hair. I figured that would be the way to go. Thank you for saying it. And yes, exactly. I was trying to do a sort of substitute fast for Yuki, for her mischievous little white cat. I wanted to give the character a dog, but it has to be a dog that looks kind of fluffy, but is still kind of manly. Because I know it's like the one that she had, the big white dog that showed up in the animal segment of last week's Infinite Hope. Actually, that's the type of hair that she likes. But yeah, so this was me copying Nina's signature, which she showed on screen a couple of times, and I'm like, oh, it would be cool if she could do it that way. I really wanted to have like Nina spelled as the infinity sign and then infinity into the hope. But when I had this idea, I was like, oh, well, why don't we just do that? Copy the signature off and do it as hope. But yeah, I figured blue hair would be the way to go. And again, I don't know how you guys feel, but like I said, I was trying to thread a line between Black Cat from Spider-Man and Sailor Moon. I don't know if I didn't just make her look like a giant hooker, like they did to Starfire on Titans. But she did like it, so I guess I did not. I had more success than I thought I did. I don't know. But yeah, this was me trying to personify infinite hope. And this is the sign here, not for snow, but for ice. It's the Japanese kanji for ice. Oh, hang on, that is really hard to see. Oh, good lord, hang on a second. Oh, one more. Yeah, so now you can actually see the cat. And these is all power reflections. And then this here is a very badly drawn kanji for the word ice in Japanese. I didn't get to explain this much of it to her when I showed it to her, but she's a busy woman. I don't like to try to take up her time. But she did inspire this, so I figured I should probably share it with her. Now, let me show you guys something that I have not shown Nina, which was the second thing that hit my head after, like if you could do a thing with infinite hope like this, what would she fight? Who would she fight? Who would she be up against? And I thought, well, okay, if she's infinite hope, we got to be dealing with like eternal misery, forever dread, forever miserable, something like that. So let me close this. Let's come out one more back to the main sketch pad. Then we'll go back in here. Maybe, Darren, maybe when I can draw it better. I think what, because I have a lot of these, crazy ideas and what have you. But I still can't draw them like they are in my brain because I need better control with anatomy, far better control of light, things like that. But you know what? I did paint through it once before. Let me show you that version. Matter of fact, actually, no, it will not be easier in Photoshop. I might as well just open it in this thing. Okay. So what I showed you right now was just me trying to repaint it, but this was sort of the way she was at first. So this would be. Now I'm showing you this because I actually had a different idea about it earlier today, so I started drawing that. But this would essentially be an antithesis for infinite hope, which would be eternal dread. So let me get you up to that insignia. So as you can see, purple hair trails off into fire, and it's actually burning because this is like a demonic type of being, otherworld evil, that sort of a thing. And so I combined, because a lot of different societies and things have different ways to express their ideas, and a lot of them are in imagery. So we all know the infinity loop here that I have in as flames. We all know that one. I mean, we see it every week when we go to watch Nina's show. But there are other places where infinity is represented in a different way, where this is the manja for it, and I can't remember. I think it's like Gaelic. It's from somewhere up in them parts of Europe. But the way this thing goes is it usually trails off here, and it just kind of makes a circle like what you would see on a Poliwhirl from a Pokemon. So that's kind of how they represent it. It's three different circles where the line just keeps on going. It disappears because you can't see how deep it goes. Well, okay, yeah, that's fair. That's true. So I didn't get to watch her right from the beginning. I know a lot of people were there before me. I'm pretty sure you were one of them. But yeah, so that's why I did this for what this character would be. If any of you guys know Black Rock Shooter, that was a heavy influence for kind of this look and for Hope as well. I mean, even the poses from one of the Black Rock Shooter figures. It's like a 7 episode anime of like a sort of a dark hero version of all things Hatsune, the the virtual singer, so to speak. Oh yeah, the Norwegians. Yes, yes, yes. And yeah, Gaelic. Well, I know that some people say Celtic. I think I got Celtic from the Gargoyles cartoon in the 90s. It kind of stuck with a lot of people. Right, and yes, it would close the loop. Because if you look here, I know I kind of painted it like a rose because that was intentional. a blooming rose. There is a word here that I know you can't read because I have failed in trying to deliver that message. The word is dread. So infinity symbol for eternal. So eternal, and then this infinity symbol from them grows into dread. So this is all because I'm trying to use the font that's commonly used for Nazis. So, keep it evil. So there's a D, there's an R. This is really colored badly too. So I haven't shown this to her at all. There's a letter E coming from the trail for the letters, which is blooming from this infinity symbol, which also ends up with here. So in order to make the whole letter E, you're using both tails because, from the D, it's coming around to here. From the R, it's feeding to the bottom of the E, and then from the actual Gaelic infinity symbol, it feeds the top part of the letter E, and then it goes on to the next one where you get to the letter A, which is very hard to read because it's frigging upside down, and then the last D, which kind of makes it look redundant. So I'm not sure how effective this really was. Yeah, I think she probably would like this because of the way that the rose is. But I'm pretty sure she would not appreciate the word dread growing out of a rose or as a rose. She would prefer a happier word. I like Miss Teresa, Miss Merton uses. I get every once in a while I get to pop in on her Saturday streams. If you guys like Lord of the Rings and stuff, she covers all manner of books, and she was doing the Silmarillion with Stig Kenobi, I think Rennie A, or Princess Rennie. I forget which one she uses these days, but they do that together. But yes, Kendrick Ben, it's not this. I based this on that. Let me see. Is there a way for me to actually show you that? Hold on. Hold on. Bear with me, fellas, because it should be here. But yeah, that's what this character essentially would be. It would be an antithesis character for Infinite Hope. But I was on my way back from dropping off a cousin in New York earlier, and it jumped in my head again about, well, because initially when I was having the idea for this character, you know, it was eternal misery and dread, and I'm like, well, no, it's one person. So I went with this. But yeah, this is what I was trying to point at. So letter D, letter R, letter E, upside down, very upside down, where I think the 4 o'clock would be. Letter A, upside down, where probably the 7 o'clock would be. The last letter D is right above 9 o'clock. And then the first letter D is kind of at 11 because of the way the signal works. But give me a second. Let me try to find it. But to sort of complete the thought, it was that, well, wait, what if it didn't have to be one person? What if it were two creatures? So it would be eternal misery and dread. Oh, yes, Slancha. I never pronounced that right, but yes, health and wealth. Good stuff. They actually used that in that Assassin's Creed Valhalla game, and they still didn't pronounce it right. I know I'm not, so I don't pretend to be able to do it. No. All right, come on. Let's go back here. Not to this. Sorry, I'm trying to find the tab where I did this actual search before so I can track it down. Yeah, it was a yin and yang sort of thing, but then when I had this idea, I thought, well, it could be eternal misery and eternal dread, or it's eternal misery and forever dread, something like that. But it would be two that she would be fighting because at that time in my head, an image from an old kung fu movie jumped in it that now I have to find so that I can actually draw the three of them in a fight that way. Because since I gave Hope a staff, because to her, a sword is an unnecessary final solution. A staff teaches. I forgot to mention that because she's not going to be one to try to kill you because she's eternally hopeful, very much like Batman. I don't want to kill you. I want you to get better. As weird as that idea can sometimes be. Where the heck did this go? Jeez. No, that's the Mitters. Sailor Moon villains. Ah, I think this is it. Because this symbol that starts out at a triangle here and then does this at all three of these points does have a name. It's a name that Marvel has used. And it starts with a T and I can't freaking remember. Do you remember? That's what it is. It's called a triskelion or a triskelion. Okay, so all right. It may be. It is starting to get late. Let me see if I can do this real quick without destroying the stream. Hang on. Open new tab, but don't destroy the stream. Don't destroy the stream. Come on. But I probably should do the other one. Where's the original? Ah, yes. Other symbols for infinity. That's how we got to that point. Okay. All right, now let us free this tab from the rest of you. Okay, Kinjak, then you get a better idea of it now. This is what the original is from. So it's more, as you can see there, the lines are meant to continue to go. Oh, here's a meaning. This should be a lot easier to see. Back to Streamyard. Where's Streamyard? I lost Streamyard. Come on, where are you? There it is. Right, 3 quadrants, 3 ideas. Now I don't know if that's completely right. This is close. It says it's a sorry. It is a symbol of 3 conjoined spirals that curve outward in a flowing fashion. We can use the triskelion for mental and spiritual growth and development. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. And then this version of it, because even here there's a little circle, but I kind of like the triangle for that. And this is pretty much the one that I went with. Even though I rather like this one, but I'm like, I am not going to be able to do it that way. That is definitely more complicated than I'm capable of at this time. At least to hand draw that. I mean, look at that. That looks great. And look at the one at the bottom. That one is even cooler. I'd love to be able to draw that, but I can't do that just yet. Well, actually, this is the pied de resistance, so to speak. Because I really like this one. But this is really hard. I can't I can't possibly do anything like that. And it's all a bunch of dragons, sort of. Well, it's not an Ouroboros because it's not eating itself, but it almost is. Like the head sees the tail, but it doesn't consume it. Yeah, in a manner of speaking. Actually, this is not Yeah, Kenjak Ben, this is not actually that far away from the water tribe symbol, but remember, those guys studied a lot of this stuff too. Like those symbols, they look Asian because they're built because they look like they're made out of sticks, but they're not all based on that. Now, M. Night Shyamalan kind of understood this, but he took that idea too far and then just said, "Oh, well, this obviously comes from my religion," and it doesn't. It comes from all different things because Avatar: The Last Airbender is something that comes from all manner of those different beliefs of back then, and they did not all stem from India or Sri Lanka. Sorry, I always have a hard time pronouncing that term. There's all manner of different ideas there that are still shown today. Now, I have to go back to one thing. This is not the best way to actually show others a screen. Like, see, that's the thing that I need to learn. Like everybody knows how to do that, but I think they're using either something like OBS or maybe version of OBS. I just don't have it. People can switch to like Ethan and Nina do it all the time. Like they'll make themselves small and they'll make an article big or whatever. But this is where I ran into it again because this is the one that actually showed me what the names of them were. I only knew 4 of these, being the Ankh, of course, infinity symbol, which has the other name that I can't remember off the top of my head, but you guys know what it is. It's somebody's loop, Arden's loop, something like that. Ouroboros, which of course everybody has trouble, the snake eating itself. And I'd seen the Armenian wheel and of course the Triskel or the Triskelion. I kind of tend to call it the Triskelion because that's more its original name. I did not know about this, although I could almost swear I've seen it somewhere where I was looking at Gaelic art at least a few Ren fairs. You guys know the Ankh. Oh yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. Shane G. He's pretty good. I like him too. He's pretty funny over on Nina streams. I know he's been there much longer than I was too. Great. Yes. Right. Yeah, I know you. Yes, I know you. That's another name for it, but the Ouroboros is the more, I guess, apt one for it. Kind of like instead of Triskel, that's really known as a Triskelion or Triskelion. I never know how to actually say it right, but you guys know what I mean. And the Greek key I've seen, but I didn't know that it was that or that it was called that. I've used that in a bunch of drawings and I didn't realize what it was. So that was kind of fun. We've all seen the Armenian wheel, all of us, because they turned it into a freaking toy. And as a matter of fact, there's 2 of those with long sticks about 6 feet tall sitting in my backyard right now at the garden so we can know when there's wind blowing. And this one, well, this is basically the radiation symbol. They just sort of turned it inside out, but this is I guess, the original. And I guess I had seen the Tree of Life, but not quite this way. Okay, and then here's a bunch of really cool ones, different ways to do infinity, but none of that quite clicked for Hope or for her antithesis character. Oh, I'm gonna have to. All right, let me close this out because in order to show you that, I'm actually gonna have to turn the lights back on. But anyway, that's what this character ultimately was. I changed. There's more background. I just wanted to try to color it by the time I got to that point of the drawing, and this is not a typo. That like her left arm really is, her left forearm really is like giant, and well, you can't really see them because they're colored so terribly, but basically, like these fingers are, it's actually just 5 blades that she has over here, and she can fire those forward with chains attached to probably up to, oh, what is it? I think it's like 50 feet, something like that. I think that's what I made it. And then this is a bone tail that's supposed to have red gems tipped on it because, magical power, blah, 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 blah. Yes, Treyarch. That's right. I have not seen that. I'm not entirely sure my little brain is ready for such imagery, Kenjack Ben. I don't know if I can handle that. Oh my gosh, that sounds horrifying. Anyway, let me show you guys, I guess, the repaint. And after I do that, then I can show you the new one. Actually, no, I'll have to do this in Photoshop because more of it is painted. But I'll ask you here, given what you just saw, which I know it's incomplete, but imagining that I would be keeping the legs the same colors and the forearms too, which paint job looks better? Open! Stupid thing, come on. Yes, that would be one heck of a troll. So after I went back to drawing it some more, I finally got to finish off more of what was supposed to be in the background, which I guess I really should show you this part of it. Not from that folder, but from this one. Let me open up both of these and I'll give you a better idea what I was trying to go for. They're coming, I think. There we go. Here's somebody. Sorry, not quite open all the way. Okay, yeah. So her background is supposed to kind of resemble this. So, you got magma flowing. In case you don't recognize it because it's so hard to see sprites of this size, this is a Mega Man X game. I am more of a Mega Man X fan as opposed to the original Mega Man, but I love both. But anyway, when I got to this stage, I'm like, I need to screenshot this. This is perfect for the background for Eternal Dread. Where's the other one? Oh, I forgot. I didn't need to open them up. But this kind of shows you more of the back. So I wanted to kind of do that in the background for her. I wanted to do this. So let me close these before I use up too much of the system memory and totally destroy it. Oh, I opened up two of them. I didn't realize that. All right. Okay, so now let me open up where I was with the color test. Oh, is that as far as I got? I thought I did more. Oh, well, never mind. That actually is as far as I got in coloring her. So, does she look better in blue or in beige? I guess that's the question. Does the bluer skin sort of strike you more as, I don't want to go as far as to use the word logical because obviously this thing doesn't exist, and thank God that it doesn't, or we would all be in serious trouble. But better blue than beige or better beige than blue? Hold on, let me maximize a bit because there's something on the ground you cannot really see. And as you can see, like, this is how baby my art skills are. So I'm trying to represent, how fire is when you're using gas to make it. Because it'll start out orange and then it'll get blue. And then it'll get orange again. So I was just trying to do that on the ground since she's basically supposed to be in a sort of hazy like location, which is why there's, sea of magma back there, even though it doesn't entirely work as thus. But it's like I like to say, my brain thinks faster than my hands can take. So it's hard for me to actually represent a thing. All right, in that case, let me take this down. We still have some work to do. Well, I was just sort of testing it because, believe it or not, I have a character in my fantasy realm that kind of looks like that. So I was literally trying her paint job out on this one. And I didn't know if blue would be enough to keep her properly conveyed as evil. I think I should probably keep it more beigey or like a dark red for her skin tone. I don't know. Because, given that Nina's beliefs are much closer to the further east ones, so she doesn't see demons and things as in the Italian way that we've all been led to believe that they are. Because let's face it, that's where the idea of the red horned devil comes from. It's from Italian paints. Oh yeah, okay. Let me bring this up because this actually shows it a little bit better. I don't know. I haven't fully decided on even keeping the symbol, let alone keeping the color. Whoops, too small. This was trying a paint job before I finished everything off. Because the way I did this, it was as a captured auto-corrected image. That's why the black looks so blurry and I had to refill it all. But I changed this symbol and I just made it black on the outside and made it purple on the inside because I thought that would make it easier to read, but I'm not entirely sure I made it there. Uh-oh, why did this stop? Oh, it's because I'm on the wrong thing. All right, I need to turn you off. All right, go. Okay, there we go. So anyways, I shall take this down. And the last thing about it will actually be the last thing I thought of. Minimize. Let me turn the lights back on. Okay. Yeah, but I wanted to use the Nazi letters. That's why they look like that. I have to probably make them just maybe a little bit skinnier so that they look easier. Because I have to keep it like a different type of font. If I just make it block lettering, then it doesn't look so nice blooming out of a rose. It doesn't make much sense. So anyway, here we go. So this is what I was sketching on the way back. Oop, oop. Ah. Yeah, so this would basically be the one I just showed you here, and this will be the new one. So she would have sort of bladey hands, and basically there are sides to which the stems are actually part of her bone structure, and she would pull them out to kill you with them. Pretty, it's pretty messed up. Trying to keep it as anime as possible. And this would be sort of their unified power reflection, because as you can see, there's those little fiery things on both sides, and then a head skull in the middle, and then the eternal sign right there. But yeah, so I think I'll try to finish doing the first version of it on stream at some point, maybe after I've dealt with these rainbow bright lanterns. But yeah, once I can get these two to show up and I can have them in that image that I was talking about from the Kung Fu movie where there's like a staff fighter that's subduing two opponents, then maybe I can show that to Nina, see what she thinks. But in the meantime, oh, turn the lights out. No, it is Kenjac Ben. It's right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying. Like, as it is now, it's very hard to read. I still want to keep the idea of the letters blooming like roses, eternally, so on and so forth. But that's not an easy feat to achieve with the Nazi font. I should probably show you what I mean. All right, there is one other place I could find it. Where is that? Should I? No. All right, I'll risk it and I'll open one more folder. Where is it? Here. But that was sort of the idea, Darren, and that's why I was trying to go for it that way. I don't explain it well. I'm very terrible at that. But yes, that was kind of the point. Because it does seem like the beige matches up more. Where are the sketch pads? Here they are. But yes, the sort of that's what the Nazi font is, the so-called German lettering. Should be right around here. Actually, I'm not sure if it is or not. Oh, there is something in here I didn't get to. I I just about had finished it, and then I thought better of it, and I saw more potential. But I was going to enter the Rippaverse, the second art contest. That's what I was looking for in here, but I don't know if I actually brought that or not. Hold on, it's loading. If not, I put it in the reference folder. What the heck is the colored one? What did I do with that? I can't see what this is. No one can see that. I look forward to getting back to the point where I can actually scan images in with a scanner instead of my cell phone, because then I won't need as many. Because with a cell phone, I have to sit there and try to take it so that it's correctly aligned and I don't screw up the margin so that when I go crop the image, it's all still square. It doesn't always work. But anyway, I was riffing on this cover of Captain America. Well, you can't really see that. Hang on. Yikes. Yeah, I'll have to actually bring up the Photoshop of it. In the meantime, let me see if I can't find the actual reference. What did I do with it? Where the heck did I put those? Did I really not? I must have. Oh, I know where I could find it. They'll probably be on my little drive. That's where the other reference stuff is. Hang on, let me actually get there. Somewhere around there. Not that one. Not here either. What the heck? It's the Ripperverse stuff. Ah, okay, there we go. This one, I believe. There it is. Okay, that's very hard to see, but this is the whole rest of the alphabet. So this is what I was talking about, Kenjack Ben. This is why that is difficult to translate onto a page. Like, they made this word here. Here's the capital versions of all the letters of the alphabet there. And then here's the lowercase ones. So I just stuck with the capital. So there's the, the D, and there's the R. There's the A, which I really couldn't dub very well. And then there's the E, which is even almost impossible. But as you can see, it's literally a letter S combined with a letter C in order to make the E by putting the little extra dip right there. Hang on, you can't see that because it's too far away. Let me increase. Enhance. I still don't know where that's from. I keep hearing people say that, and I feel like I should know, and I think I did see wherever it come from. I never can remember. So here, right above my little fingers there's the letter E capitalized. There's a letter D capitalized. So that's why it looks like that and is so dang hard to read because I don't really have much of a much ability with calligraphy. But well, believe it or not, that there's an entire textbook of that I still have to go through. I don't think it's till like number 18 or 19. And again, I repeat, I'm still on number 8 of all of those. All right, so let me close this off. So now you get it. That's why it's been so difficult to make that more legible. Is that the word? Okay, close. And while I'm here, no, close that. I'll show you guys this. I thought I had finished it, but I really hadn't. But riffing off of that Captain America cover, I was trying to do like a retro Rippaverse thing where I'd have, Isom, Yaira, and Blood Ruth, Blood Moon on there, and they're basically fighting, the fake SJW armies of Mark Brooks and his ilk, including the land whale soldiers, the blue-haired ones. Just kind of hard to see. I know I probably should zoom it a bit, but like I can't say I'm completely, but I do like the idea that I had. I just don't think I necessarily executed it very well. But on top of that, I later discovered that I really hadn't finished this thing, and I guess it was a saving grace that when I actually tried to upload it, it wouldn't let me because I was still very much on time for the contest. But yeah, that's just basically them knocking out the Fuhrer. And then there, you do it kind of like a style, like here's the new character we're introducing, and you can see them taking an action. So you see Blood Ruth kind of knocking one of them out. Oh well, yes, that would do it. When in when it comes to calligraphy, it's something I'd like to look at for a lot of different things for different languages. I think German is the one that I've probably been the most exposed to when it comes to that. But I've seen a lot of English calligraphy and from a few other places too. All right, enough of this. I've gone on enough tangents this evening. I guess I had fun actually being able to talk to you guys. Oh, well, here, let me close in up on one of these things. You know how they used to do, like, they used to tell you what was coming in the book? You know, there's the two of them, blah, 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 blah. So, this was going to be like the little ad for me. So, there's 102 thrilling pages of Fauci stomping fun. Now, of course, it's not spelled that way. I have it Fauxi, so it's kind of French. But I also didn't get to write it on in, and then you just have Isa and Yara and the new recruit Bloodruth. But like I have one that has more color on it, but it didn't completely work. I'll probably once I get to work on it again, I'll try to finish it and then I'll just post it for him. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not like I think that it can win or anything, but I just sort of wanted to get in on the fun of making the art. And I don't know if you guys know this, but me and Yellow Flash sort of share this thing about really liking the wartime comics. So I really do. I really do enjoy them. And I don't mind that they say things that people consider a bit faux pas in this day and age. I don't really care. Those covers were great. Good times with good heroes, nonetheless. All right, now back to the tireless work of trying to make this work. All right, let's see. I think I need to zoom in a bit more on this so I can still keep it looking bladey. But the brush size is too big. I need to make it a 1. Okay, now I can go up to here. I mean, this actually is supposed to be pretty thick because it's supposed to be like I'm writing it on a cloud or whatever smoke that is. I don't even remember what that was supposed to be on the actual original drawing. But I'm assuming that was the artist trying to do the power reflection in a particular way. I just don't quite understand it. I really need to read that story again. So I think that story where, for Hal becoming Parallax is how we get Kyle Rayner. And I thought Kyle Rayner came along in the later 90s, but I was utterly wrong because I wasn't really in the Green Lantern at that point. I didn't really know what it was. And I didn't realize that I was drawing a character for my own modern sort of world that's actually rather similar to the Green Lanterns themselves. All right, there's the blade. Here's a little more of this. I know I was supposed to do more coloring, but I forgot about this. Mon Dieu. Yes, Mon Dieu. Mon Dieu, indeed. Do forgive my horrible pronunciation of that. French is not my strength. I was born in the Dominican Republic. I grew up speaking Spanish. My cousins, however, because one of my aunts worked at the Haitian and the French embassy, which was both, they actually got to grow up speaking Spanish and French. Okay, I think I can go up in brush sizes a little bit, make this a bit faster. So I need to, I don't know if you can see that, but I'm just trying to sort of shave the line down because it's very, very thick and very, very heavy. And it doesn't need to be quite so in order for this effect that I'm trying to have that I'm not quite yet skilled enough to use, but I gotta show it the best way that I can. So You guys may have seen, my little symbol is supposed to, they're supposed to be like wrapped in tape around this area. Come on, stop it. So it's another thing that this does. I don't know if it's because Windows hates older programs. If you guys don't recognize what program I'm using, believe it or not, it is Photoshop. It's just not a recent one. This Photoshop is from about circa 2007-ish, maybe a little earlier. So yeah, the sucker is grumpy and old, just like me. Come on, be nice to me, please. Yeah, there we go. Okay, make that a bit thinner too. Actually, make that a lot thinner. I have to be careful with this type of thing because if you might end up taking too much off. So thank God for the history brush because you can go back that way. But sometimes by the time you realize you've made all those changes, you made too many, which is why, much like in video games, it is expediently important to save and save more, not necessarily often because that could kind of wreck your system memory if your system is as weak as mine, but definitely save at those spots that you're like, okay, I did something here that I definitely want to keep, so I'd better save it before I overwrite it with something else. Fair enough. Fair enough to both of you. Yes. Yes. No, it actually doesn't. Believe it or not, Spanish and French are a lot closer to each other than most people know. So, for someone who grows up speaking Spanish, French is actually not quite so. It doesn't seem quite as out of this world as one might believe. Oh, see there, I kind of screwed up there. Ah, back, back, Damien, back. Ooh, that's too much. This is exactly what I meant. I think the brush is still too big, so let's take it down to a 3 and make it white again. Okay, let's see if I can do this right this time. Okay, so what I gotta fix now is this section of tape, if you will. Hey, listen, even being Dominican, look, that whole melting pot thing is it's pretty much west wide. Not so much worldwide, but if you're over on this side of things and you started here, it's because there's already a mix of different things in you. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. Everything will be the same. That's just the way it is. Okay. Yeah, I should probably thin this out too a little bit. That don't really hardly look like much of a diamond now, does it? I sort of get the meaning by that, but I really wouldn't put the nothing. I think you may be using the wrong word there, but there's no one on this particular piece of land of this world. I won't call it everything else everyone else does. I just can't. There's no one here that really isn't something else. Like it's a thing I like to say, which a lot of people kind of get perturbed by at first. So I apologize if it does do this for you guys, but please stick with me for a bit. But well, I'm a weirdo in general. I mean, we kind of have to be in order to be into the stuff to begin with. But ultimately, I don't really believe in the construct that, to me at least, is black and white people. That's mostly, and this is coming, I guess, from a bit of the religious part of me. That's mostly because, as far as I understand, that God picked up dirt from the ground, and that's how He built Adam. He didn't make him a particular skin color or not. He picked up dirt from the ground, which was brown. So after he sculpted him, blah 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 blah, he, the original Frankenstein, if you will. But to me, there's just never really been such a thing as, like, if you ask me, that's what the real societal construct is. The concept of someone who's white versus someone who's black. Why do I say that? What's so weird about that? This may require a bit of light. If you look at the front of my hand, that's kind of like reddish, perhaps a bit beige. If you look at the back of my hand, it's very brown. Now, what they call black people looks like this. That is not what color that is. What they call white people looks like this. That is not what color that is either. Everybody is brown. There is no such person who has ever or ever will exist who is white or black. These things are not true. That is brown. That is brown. Whatever shade of it you might consider it, it's brown. Whatever, how they do Tiffany blue or whatever, they want to come up with a name for every shade of every color when they neglect to realize that these things all stem from combinations of the original colors. There's no such thing as white or black people. We are all human. There's only one race of bipeds that talks in this place, not different races. The color of your skin does not make you a separate race, for crying out loud. It doesn't do that. And that is the construct that has been used to get people to hate each other in this place so greatly. Because the whole black and white thing wasn't entirely invented here, but it was perfected. Let me assure you of that. And that has gone out and infected the rest of the world, especially now with all the fake woke wankery there is everywhere. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you feel that way, Darren. Because that's just the way I've felt for how long? Well, since before this millennium started, anyway. But yeah, I don't even like that conceptually because it doesn't make any sense. Now, if you talk to an anthropologist, like Comics Division, they don't believe as I do, but even comics would still go along with this line, but they just sort of have a different explanation for it, which I don't blame them for. I get it because you're working on a different belief system than I am. You're working on a different system of even knowledge than I am. I don't got a freaking degree in anthropology like Comics does, but he uses it pretty decently on the show when it comes up, even though all the guys just are merciless to him about using it, and they just go on, nerd tirades like they do against Culture Casino all the time, because they just give him hell endlessly, especially Manflu. But anyway, yeah, but see, it's fine, Kenjack Ben, because Asher's 5. It's fine. They're going to say crazy things like that, and then you just got to teach them. Okay, listen, when you're out in public, you can't do this sort of referencing. But and you just reinforce that as it comes along. That's how all of us get to learn that. Some of us learned the wrong version of that and wind up racists, which, by the way, is also a term of literal stupidity because racism is based on the idea that calling people black and white is correct because those two are different races, and they aren't, because there's only humans and then animals and the other species that are running around in between. I personally don't believe we came from apes. Some people do. I'm not here to rain on your parade about that, nor should I ask you to do on mine. It is funny. It's very funny. Yes, so very artist indeed there. Very artist. I know. This very racist of me to say utter such contemptible things. But I really do believe that in my heart of hearts. Because that to me is what's logical. Because I look at it every day in a mirror. I look at it when I look down at my hand, and I forget when that hit me, but it's like the reason this sort of came up, I think it's because it used to be a thing I thought about, because ever since I've been in this country, that I had basically peers trying to clock me off into one category or another. Like I've been called, "Oh, you ain't black enough. You ain't black. You ain't white." And as a kid, for me, I was just confused. I was like, what are you talking about? I was not exposed to that idea until I came here from the Dominican Republic. I'd never seen anything about the civil rights movement here. I didn't know about people referring to one another as black or white. Now, in the Dominican Republic, we do have a thing where some folks, like, well, my color is referred to as moreno, and a few people would say negro, which is the Spanish word for white, which I'm sure you guys know. That's, well, if you haven't known, that's a derivative of that is what the N word is, which makes it incorrect to begin with, which is why racism is so inherently stupid to begin with as a concept, because it's based on the practice thereof is literally based on one of my pet peeves, which is mispronouncing one language's words in another. So that word is a mispronunciation of the word negro, which, by the way, it's not negro. That's also a mispronunciation of a Spanish word. Like, if you're going to use a word from a language, then make sure you say it properly. If we had done that in the first place, we wouldn't have wound up with that word to begin with. It never would have happened. But anyway, I digress. Yeah, I don't. By the time that I had gotten to Darwin, I was already too far along in my own development to believe any of that for a second. I couldn't. It just, none of it makes sense to me. I mean, I get it. Stowed away on an island. He saw all these processes. Well, surely there's this, that, and the other thing. And I just don't believe in, I don't even believe in the whole of, oh, well, the strongest shall survive. Well, that happens in nature. I'm like, nah, not really. I mean, yes, they eat each other, but it's not like the whole, what is that called? Natural selection. I don't really accept that as a thing in nature, let alone humans. But I understand. A lot of people do. I ain't gonna call them names for it. I just understand that that's what folks roll with. I don't roll with or ascribe to that, but I'm not trying to call you names over it. Let's go eat a burger and talk about fun stuff instead. That's where I am on that. Like most culture stupidity is very easily defeated by just sitting down and sharing a meal. Or two. Sometimes the process takes a little bit longer. But sometimes the process can be a lot shorter if you bring out very good food. I mean, for crying out loud, that movie Guess Who's Coming to Dinner is a thing for a reason. I didn't hate the remake, but it wasn't as good as the first one. God, how long ago was that? Jeez. Well, the original one was Sidney Poitier, but I just mean the remake that they made. It's like, I think it was like in the 2000s or something. Yes, 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 indeed. We are all the children of God, not just the children of man. Whatever you believe that entity is, that's what we are. We are all human at the end of the day. We all bleed red. Nobody bleeds green. And even if they did, I'm sure if we could sit down and have a talk with that green bleeding person, we could find some common ground there too. Now, what I was talking about things being constructed is that's where all of the fake woke wankery comes from. It's from believing in something that was literally already defeated. Like all of that was over. All of it. It was gone. It's not like there was no racism. There's no such thing as beating racism once it's there, because as long as they're human, there are humans. There will always be someone who will find that as an option, because look, every good thing one man invents, some man will figure out how to use for evil. We all have that choice when we're born. God gives everybody one superpower when you're born, and that's the power to choose what to do with yourself. Despite whatever trappings or failings you may have, you get to choose. What are you going to do with that? Kind of like that old Heavy D song. Now that we've found love, what are we going to do with it? Heavy D might be before you guys' time, but he was a mid rapper. He came along kind of right before Tupac, I guess you could say. Yeah, it was like right before Tupac. But he was more like the pop version of rap that, like, it's mostly accessible to most people, as opposed to gangster rap, which really not everybody can listen to. Can't we all just get along after breaking some bread? Yes, I think we can. And I think that's what those people that are, kind of pushing things along with now, they don't want us to do that. Because you know what happened? We started breaking bread and we started understanding each other. And the thing that happens once most humans do that, especially in this country, is then we start to ask questions like, hey, wait a minute. If A is true, then that doesn't that mean that this is true? As in, well, if you ran for this office, doesn't that mean that you should be doing this with your office instead of that? All of that crime, being Washington, D.C. And politicians hate that, because when we come together, we usually will turn to them and be like, what are you doing? You're not supposed to be doing that. That's kind of like how Henry Cavill gets a quote unquote bad rap for being allegedly impossible to work with. But the truth of the matter is the man just happens to actually know the source material, and he knows you're doing it wrong. So that's what they mean by hard to work with. They always will lay their stupid evil within some manner of subterfuge to try to make you think a thing that isn't true about a person. Projection, really. Not even a lie. It's worse. It's projection. Absolutely terrifying stuff. Well, I am sore too. I'm 45. That's at this time. We are all old and battered, but yeah, That's kind of why I picked this little moniker. But I am also, I didn't mention this earlier, but I actually have kind of gotten further along in drawing the actual Grumpy Old Ninja because I somewhere around 2020, after I came up with a character, I got hit with a bolt of an idea to add him to one of my worlds, and it was the fantasy one because I have a whole ninjas, cross samurais, cross knights, cross the dudes of Gilgamesh, cross the African knight warriors, and not to mention I was well, I'm still gonna do it. I don't care that Netflix suddenly is seeing light on it, but in Japanese history, there was a man called Yasuke. That's the only name he had because they didn't write down enough of his history because, hey, they didn't know where the heck he came from. He was an African man who wound up uh, lost at sea and wound up in Japan. I know it's completely weird. It's like a Greek story or something. And when he, oh, cool. I know. God rest her soul, man. My condolences for your mom, Kenjack, man. But yes, I was saying this man, he actually was. This happened around the time of. This was way before Edo because this is when Nobunaga was still around, and depending on whose fiction, depending on whose history you read, he was an evil tyrant, and to some people, he was the unifying shogun of Japan because basically he terrorized the land into it, in a manner of speaking. But yes, this man who landed on Japanese shores from all the way up in Africa, he eventually apparently wound up serving under Nobunaga himself. And one thing that that's said in Japanese culture is that he was referred to as an oni because his skin was so dark and no one had ever seen anything like that at that time in Japan. The morons of today would have called them extremely racist. Now I know they are essentially and technically an ethno state, and they do kind of tend to treat darker skinned people a little bit wrong over there still, but everybody isn't like that over there. That's just some cultural things that happens among everyone. Not everyone has good in their culture. Everybody's got a little bit of good, a little bit of evil. That's just what happens. Just like America, the world isn't fair. It's not a racist country. It's just a country that happens to have a racist in it because, we all have morons. They're all around. It happens. So yeah, that's just kind of how it was. You are good men. You are. I can tell too. And yes, Darren, it looks like yes, you did end up on the other on the previous side of the tree, but there's nothing wrong with that, man. We're all we all benefit from our ages in that we got to experience a time of humans of great change and great excitement in entertainment. Like I grew up when Japan really kicked off with the giant robots, not just the super robots, but then also Gundam got to bring in an era of like, oh, well, we could just do a military. They don't have to be super powered, and we can just use it to talk about war and just kind of do that and just do the designs, blah 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 blah. I got to experience Transformers, GI Joe, Ken, Barbie, He-Man, She-Ra, Glowworms, and all of the derivatives of them that we got in the '90s. All of the stuff. It was we got to see all of that, and I think a great benefit because that also makes us appreciate what these latter generations have been missing. They have no idea. Like, when you were young and someone would tell you you have no idea what you're missing when you're, sort of discarding this. I came to understand that greatly much later. And these kids have no concept of that now. Like if you run around asking them what the golden rule is, they have no idea because even that has been supplanted by something allegedly called the platinum rule, which is literally the opposite of the golden rule because it says serve yourself, which is frankly a communist slash satanic message. Frankly, it just is. And don't worry, I did put on that the streams are not for children. I didn't make them for children. There are some things that they should know that we talk about in them, but that's not our job. That's their parents' job. All right, I think we the other thing I do need to do is I do need to push this out of this page. I didn't want to, but screw it. I'm just gonna do it. Let's get a 0.5 up here. This will go much faster because it's so much thicker lines. See, look at that. Yeah, I like glowworms. It's the weirdest thing. Fraggle Rock, which, that's for a lot of people, that's their Muppets. But usually that leads them to go find the Muppets because Kermit. Well, I don't know if you knew that, and I apologize for the spoilers, but Kermit does show up in there. I freaking love Fraggle Rock. Even the animated version of it was so cool. That came on at the time that I think Muppet Babies came on, which was right around the time right before Animaniacs aired, somewhere around then. Darren, I know you remember Animaniacs. Ken Jack, I don't know if you ran into those. Oh, yes, you did. I think you told me that, yeah, because you had some like issues with that Minerva Mink character, which I never understood. They didn't use it that much, but when they did, you knew that they were because they use her in a strange way, similar to Jessica Rabbit, but not quite the same. It was weird. It was a weird time for everything. I mean, we had Hysteria back then, which they never put that out on DVD. That's way too much truth for kids. The powers that be do not want that. It's true, there are a lot of fun loving, hopeful people in that chat. I do enjoy that chat. It's one of my favorite shows on YouTube. Not just because I'm a mod. I started out in the chat just like everybody else, and because of my expressiveness, I guess at some point Mia decided to make me a mod. I didn't even know what that meant at the time, but I appreciate it. I am honored by it, even if I'm not a particularly good one. No, you don't have to be a sub to check out the show. You just come by, sit around, and let her tell you about positive stuff, because that's all she does. Infinite Hope it's really, the show is Good News, Infinite Hope, and I tend to forget that sillily. I do try to apologize to her about that. But yes, it's Good News, Infinite Hope, because the whole thing is about her finding positive news stories and sharing them with the audience. Like, just know, hope is infinite. Hope is still out there. They are still good news. It's not all like what the media wants to convince you. The world is not on fire. Not yet, anyway. Oh, thank you, Darren. I just don't always feel like that way because I miss so much stuff. Plus, even though I'm able to do this, I still can't do the normal mod things like I used to be able to do because my phone is still crap. And I don't know quite how to do it across the computer just yet. I have not been able to sort of tune in to that to be able to use it speedily. But that's kind of why I would like to get my other phone back because I have everything. If I can get that back, I may be able to just be able to rebuild it back out from there if I can transfer it to PC, because I finally found an app that will do that. So if I can put that app in that other phone, then I can actually take all my templates out of it and I can finally use that stuff again so I can actually share people's Twitter things, because I literally have gathered info for everyone and from everyone. I even have Culture's other channels that he always forgets that he has and never talks about, but they're in there. And every time I would do a post for the 6 Minute Daily or whatever one of the shows he was doing, to share it and say, hey, look, Culture Casino's coming on soon. He's doing this show. I'd put the name of the show and then the link and a little blurb, kind of like how Ancient One does whenever he comes on the stream. Okay, I think this is enough for that. But I'm going to make what is this called? The little outside line for the little green and blue aura for it. So let me zoom out a little and let's get that done. Oh right, yeah, because she does run around. Other people do like to have her on, but yeah, she does. Is it 3, Darren? Now? No, technically it's 4 shows because she took over Toxic Femininity Monday nights on Midnight's Edge. Then, well, Tuesdays and Thursdays technically she does do a show with Tomby, where they're playing through Baldur's Gate 3. So they'll probably find another game afterwards. So she's streaming almost every day now, because Wednesdays is Breaking the Narrative. Now that's the Kenja band. That's sort of the antithesis of it. That's why she came up with Infinite Hope, because she did that show with John Talks, Infinite Talk, and that essentially was breaking the narrative. What that became, because they couldn't stream together as much, but she still wanted to get to talk politics and horrific news of the week and the day. And so, in order to purge herself from all of that negativity, she does Infinite Hope on Fridays at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, the other show that she does that on Wednesday nights. Usually she starts at around 10 o'clock. So she usually starts before Mandy and Shane do for the Lord have mercy, Pimp My Comic. I think that's what they do Wednesday nights. So that's around the time Nina starts breaking the narrative. And that usually goes into Ricada Wednesday nights for me, or whoever is on from Comicscape, because there's not a ton of people that I follow that stream Wednesdays. Oh, well, Doomcock does whatchamacallit, pop culture breakdown sometime before that. And I think he does it earlier. Oh, dang it, there is one other one. Comics Division had to move his Yelling at Park Car shows to be a Rumble exclusive Wednesday nights, because everything that they would talk about there was getting him closer to having his channel deleted. So he made a choice. And he said, all right, well, I'll just do this show on Rumble. On Mondays and Thursdays, I'll just talk about entertainment on YouTube. So he does. I wish he would simulcast those other shows to Rumble as well. I understand he can't do that topic on YouTube, but he should still send it over there too. And you know what, guys? I got to check it, and the streams that I've had, they are all monetized videos on my Rumble now. I mean, I'm not making any money on it. I don't even know how to collect it, even if I did, because I don't have a bunch of people following this. This is not really a show. This is just, that's why I call it draw and chill, because I'm just drawing and chilling. But yeah, if you don't have a Rumble yet, get one, because you're gonna need it. Oh, you're going to need it. Oh, and if you guys like the retro stuff, Razor Fist played not this past Friday, but the Friday before. He did not Banjo Kazooie, for crying out loud, Conker's Bad Fur Day, and the chat voted to go original instead of the Xbox Live remake. And that was good times had. Good stuff. Other days can be. Yeah, other days do tend to be gaming. Oh yes, and Sundays when she does random gossip or just a chill stream, unless it is the season and there's movies to cover. So she'll do a movie or a TV show review. Sorry, thank you, Darren. I forgot about Sunday. I don't know how I forgot about Sunday, but she doesn't always do Sundays. Is another problem. Yes, between the two of us and Ancient One and Brass Monkey and everybody else, including Tomby, of course, we are all awesome. That's over there, Darren. Let me see. I like PCB better than Frolics. I've seen Frolics for two. Oh, you're talking. Is that Pop Culture Breakdown? Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I understand. Yeah, because Pop Culture Breakdown, he has a panel show. Whereas with Friday Night Frolics, it's just him, and then he's doing limericks, dirty and not so dirty, and all sorts of other things where he's just literally entertaining an audience. So, like I'm cool with that, but I don't always get to watch Frolics because there's so many other shows going on. Like I tend to catch Frolics between shows, and then afterwards I tend to go back and then like watch more of what I miss wherever I can. But Fridays is Razor Fist after Friday Night Tights, but Culture after Friday Night Tights before Razor Fist. And before that, of course, you got Midnight's Edge, La Reina Creole, frickin' Film Threat does their Friday show, which is always pretty good. Who else do I have on Fridays that I'm missing? And of course, Nina does Infinite Hope after all of those, leading into Friday Night Tights, which Culture just sort of bequeathed the spot to her because she does that. And he's like, well, I can just do, since more folks will be available, I can actually have guests during it. So I thought that was rather nice of him to do because like a lot, there's quite a few people that show up to Infinite Hope more than they did even in what is it, 2021 or 2020 when she started doing it. And I think that was very cool of Culture to do, and Nina's just kept on going with it. I'm very, very unappreciative of the people who want to come in the chat and then be all obnoxious about it like they do that, like they try to do to her on Flashcast. I'm glad that she's been, the bigger woman about it and mostly ignored those people. But there's a lot of people that want to try to give her grief about when she was on the real BBC with Az and Gary, and then they sort of had to part ways because for Gary apparently the fit wasn't right. I don't really know what that means, but it's not that he hates Nina or anything like that. It's just because of the way that they wanted to go with the comics, and Nina doesn't necessarily have that knowledge. Although I think that they benefit from having a quote unquote, because Nina's more normie than anything. So when they have to explain certain things to her, I think that's a good thing because she's sort of the audience looking in. Like, not everybody watching that show has that kind of knowledge of comic books. Yes, I think we are definitely a nice solid group of mods. I'm happy with it. I'm happy with us. It's good stuff. Oh, that was a good interview. I was watching some of that too, with Aaron Lopresti. That is the man who brought us Underworld. I like him. Even though I didn't necessarily like those movies that much, I do still like his treatment of the underside of things. Yeah, I know you watch all of the you watch mostly Comicsgate stuff, but there are a few other things that you take part in, like Captain Fandom and a few other one of these folks. And another person who does cool stream on Fridays, not always, but whenever he can, is Loki's Mornings of Mischief. He's getting married soon to Eris of Chaos, so happy nuptials to them. I hadn't gotten to keep up with them in a while, and I hadn't realized. I knew that they were dating, but I didn't realize he was looking to pop that question, and he did it. She said yes. That's great stuff. And I like his show, especially when he gets Mexican Iron Man to come in on Taco Tuesdays. That's pretty hilarious. But his usual morning shows are pretty great too. He's usually on sometime. Like I think he starts after lit dev. I think lit dev. No, hang on. Because yeah, no, he does. Because because Loki usually goes at 8, and lit dev usually goes at 8:30. That's another person that I always advertise streams for whenever I could, even if it was later in the day. Because I really, I like those guys. They put on good shows. They put out a good effort, and I like, and I do, I don't agree with everything that lit dev says, but I don't do that with anyone. But there's quite a bit that we do agree upon, and I like his shows. They're pretty nice. Someone I wish would get around more. Like, it's odd to me that they haven't tried to have Script Doctor on Friday Night Tides, considering his ridiculous amount of knowledge. Right, exactly. You have the stand-in, you have the companion. The companion is there for the audience's sake, so you can show things that way. Like, that's literally their purpose, and it's a good one. This is a good. That's a. Some people like to consider that a crutch, but I entirely disagree with that because it's not a bad thing to have someone, a character there through whom it's easier for the audience to understand the world because their reactions to it will show you that. Like Deku in My Hero Academia, he is the stand-in for the audience, even though he's actually the main character. Naruto doesn't really share that role with them on his show. It's not quite the same thing. Crap, that diamond looks really weird, doesn't it? Really weird. Yeah, Captain Trek. That's what he used to go by. Now, when you did that, did you do it on your phone? I imagine it would have been hard. I've streamed from my phone. It was extremely difficult. I don't know how the heck Jeremy did it, let alone for so long. That's D-Day Cobra. That's how he used to do things. Oh my gosh. All right, I think we've got that covered. And now I don't even have to color it until I make the full black and white one when everything is done. But one thing I need to do is save it. I kind of hate how that came up, but I can't really improve that. I guess I should probably show you guys a differentiator. Hang on, let me bring one up. I got one right here. Wait, Wolverine as in Wolverine Snicked? He just started doing a show with people I didn't even know he followed. I didn't even know he was streaming, but he's doing it too. All right, hang on. This is going to require. Oh, jeez. Not that folder. That's the first one. Second one. There. All right. Let me go outside of there for a moment. Oh, okay. I think that's a different one. Yeah, I know what you mean there. Like I got thrown into this when AT&T screwed me over and decided that I should pay them more money that I had not paid them, that they said that I hadn't paid them, that I actually had paid them. Sorry, I explained that completely wrong. Let me see. I need willpower, a green one, and that was I believe May of 2020. And then I just said, you know what? I don't really need regular TV anymore. I'm spending all this money and about to spend $25 extra just so I could literally watch two news stations. That doesn't seem right. And so I quit. Tell them to screw off, and I just ran with it. All right. All right, open up now. Okay, so what I meant by that is that you can't really see it yet. I gotta. Well, there's a little blue arrow that I put on my tag. That's literally right here. If I ever get to the point where I can sign books, that's probably what my signature is going to be. So I won't get to sign many because it'll take way too long. Unless I can learn Ethan speed, and I don't mean that like about Cyberfrog, because that's just an unfortunate situation. I just mean as far as what he would do in signing, because like he made a really good signature for himself. Oh, pictures. Okay, right. So you see the hashtag CSF. It's hard to read that because it's in yellow. And the nation, and that's literally written like it is a cloud, which is different than. It's not really different. I'm writing it here because I'm just writing it into a sort of gas cloud as a power reflection, but it just doesn't. I might try add it later, but it just. Oh, right, yeah. So this is a thing that happens, and I need to save this before I close it and do something silly. Okay, but at least now I know that Streamyards can work, and it can last on the microphone. Hopefully, whether I'm pointing this thing at the screen or I'm pointing it at a sketch pad. But I don't know what to do. I really need to learn more about streaming in general. Because you should each be able to do stuff like this on your own channel. Like the way we talk, I mean, it's harder to do it when you're by yourself. I know, I understand that. I mean, for crying out loud, I'm living it. At least I was living it in those first few streams in many aspects. But this is something, you know, every one of the three of us nerds has an AV nerd somewhere within. That's why the YouTube thing has blown up to the point that it has. So people streaming or podcast or like radiocast from within or podcast with video, which is what everything turned out to be in the end. They just didn't call it that at first. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So maybe this StreamYard thing will work a little bit better. And that means that I won't get to use the inside camera because I searched for it and I don't see that as an option where it'll capture video from inside your monitor. But if this at least makes it so that the microphone generally works, then I gotta roll with it, I guess. Wait, what is that? Oh, that's weird. Hang on a second, guys. I need to zoom. Let's zoom this hair split here. I understand that I had done that. That's weird. Not this. I'll get there in a second. Hang on. It's just I now notice this also. Lord, I gotta thin. I don't think I'm gonna be done with this for longer than I was planning. I mean, I'm surprised I actually managed to finally get it on, inside of Photoshop as quickly as it did because I'm usually much slower, but I'm going to take that as a sign that I learned how to be just a wee bit faster on some things. Just a wee bit. But I was talking about this here. Right there. That looks weird. It's really annoying. So I'm gotta fix that. And we're just going to split it. And that way both colors will be there. Why not? what is it now? Is it Sunday night? So it's Monday today? Yeah, I think so. Okay, I can live with that, but we gotta do a little bit of white there because I know from how this works, I can't sit there and use this stylus to try to color things in. I need the color fill. Here, let me show you what I mean. So, like, to color this hair, I would just throw a bucket of paint in it instead of trying to literally color it like this with just a stylus, because that is insanity. Now, if I'm using markers or a paintbrush, of course, but not if I'm doing this digitally. That would be completely insane. Dude, I'd love to have a round table thing. Once I had something that works properly, and I would be honored to have you guys come on in there because we can obviously talk comics and stuff and general media and entertainment into the wee hours of the night. Uh, I do have an invite for that from Nick Weiser because I do like to talk to him about comics from time to time. We seem to actually share quite a few opinions, believe it or not. Not all of them, but yeah. Nick is like a younger Clobby in many, 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 many aspects. If you guys don't know Nick Weiser, his channel is 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser, and you should definitely check it out. I like his videos. I like his takes. I don't agree with all of them, but I really like his effort. I like his gumption. And I mean, I'm going to show you guys one other secret project. But since I know it's just you guys watching, nobody's going to really notice. I think probably the only other person I told about this, but he hasn't seen the rest. I finally got to do a little bit more on it to fix it. And this is very anime related because it's another thing that I want to start doing. Because you guys have both probably heard of the Legion of Memers. Well, I'd like to do what they do, and my slogan would be that I do the same thing they do, I just do it about 1,000 times slower, because I would be trying to do it through hand-drawn stuff. So it's like a drawn meme. You guys would not be a B team. You would be right on in there with me. We could do it across all the channels. No problem. Oh, well, it doesn't matter where the host is hosting it, Kenjak Ben, because the only thing that would matter to you in that aspect is to be able to see the chat. You would need to have a Rumble account. If you don't know how to get that rolling, I can definitely help you with that. But you got to tell me if that's the aim, so I know what to send, and I'll throw it in the Instagram chat or whatever. Unless you could just pick it up through this chat. Hail the Legion, indeed. But yeah, it would be cool to have a show where we. I mean, it's not really a show. I mean, it's like what world class BSers do, because that's just them broadcasting a weekly phone call, which is really what the best podcasts are. It's just friends getting together, talking about all the craziness going on, and that will be perfectly fine. That will be fun. Well, YouTube has legitimate numbers too, Kenjack Ben. They just don't share them with us. You see, that's the difference. Another difference is that on Rumble, you monetize pretty much immediately. But to live stream, you have to have a certain number of followers first. I think it was 100. I think it's less because Culture Casino didn't have to wait to get 100 before he could actually do it. Uh, I got to look up my Odyssey too, but it won't let me transfer my videos from YouTube until I have at least 100 followers on YouTube, and that's, I'm pretty sure, a ways off. Which is fine because I need that time for learning how to do this better. If I can host it in such a way that whoever wants to guess they don't have to deal with anything of the stream, then that would be fine. If I could handle it for them, so they could just come along and just talk and relax, and that way I could feel better about being a good host, and folks will get to have, and you guys really will get to have fun, and then maybe even folks in the chat would eventually start to enjoy our discussions. But oh yeah, with Nick Weiser, he does movie reviews Tuesday night. It's Toxic Male Tuesday. Well, it's Toxic Male Tuesdays is Lorena Creole. I do like her too. But he has it's just Toxic Tuesdays, and they just review good movies, whatever they are, action or otherwise. They just did Ninja Turtles 1991, the first one, not too long ago, within these last months. There you go, Darren. Yeah, that's how we do things. That's how we grew. I mean, hey, since I started doing this, within 10 screams, I got a whole subscriber. So it's something you sort of like expect to be a while. But honestly, I really started this because I wanted to sort of share my drawing with other people. And I want to get to the point where I can actually do a comic book or two or three or spend the rest of my life doing them for a living. And this of course is the Comicsgate model of promotion, so that works perfectly. I mean, if you want to see someone who attuned to that and caught on quick, that's Rini. I mean, her first book was already as a campaign before she joined. I think it was right after she joined. She was already had her first book up there, and it made about $50,000, $60,000. Her second book did, I think it was over 200, because she picked up the promotion model real quick, and so she does that everywhere she goes, even when she's on Flashcast, and she's always really cute when she's trying to do it, which helps. It helps her come across to the audience more. Like when she shares her points of views about stuff, people are a bit more accepting of them because she's such a bubble. She has such a bubbly personality. It's very similar to X-Ray Girl in that respect. But X-Ray Girl's mind is far dirtier than Irene's, and Irene's is a lot darker. I think is the problem. Oh shoot. But yeah, that's pretty much that. Guys, I know I'm doing a lot more cleaning than I am coloring, and I thought I was going to be doing more coloring. But honestly, I need to clean more so that I can get to the last coloring, and that'll be the coloring I hope you all will like. Because I will have to color this thing two more times. Yeah, one more test, and then after the test, I'll take an average of the best of the three as far as like which colors work with what, especially. Oh, let me get Rainbow Bright out of there. Especially with the insignia, which I still can't make a ton of sense for. But I did Sonic Blue here for her main, well, for the metal stuff under the suit or what have you. Whereas like a light blue over here combined with navy blue over the top and for under her gauntlets. And yes, there is a between this one and this one. I like actual Rainbow Bright. She has stars there that are supposed to be there. See, there's a star right. Hold on, I gotta zoom. Yeah, so right there, it's supposed to be sort of like an overcoat sleeve that goes. You know how the ninja ones do, where they'll do this across the hand, and then they'll tie it off here, kind of like how Psylocke used to wear it a couple times. But she has a star there, so that's why I replaced that. That's why I changed it between this cleaning and this cleaning, where now she has that as sort of like a forward bit of a gauntlet. It's not great, but it does do the job. That's right. How many of you darn black Canadians are in this world anyway? Oh man. I mean, it's probably half my streamers are Canadian and Australian, and then everybody else is from here. Oh, I'm sorry, it's four. Like the main ones, the four main sources are Americans, the British, the Canadians, and the Australians. That's just most of the people that I see. She was playing Phasmophobia, I think, for Sunday Fun Day. That's one of the few other places you can actually still Jane Theory's voice, almost with ghost-like precision. I didn't realize I hadn't done that, but now we did, so move it along. I don't know. It is something I want to try, but those are parts of the world, really, not just that part. They don't really stream that much. I mean, there are some people from the Hispanic world streaming, even some from the Dominican Republic that are on YouTube, but it's not really that much of a culture yet. I mean, even sci-fi really isn't much of a thing in the Hispanic lands. I may not have ever fallen into it had I not come to this country. Honest to goodness. So that's another reason I'm glad I did, because I love this stuff so very much. Oh, I completely forgot about that. On that villain for Infinite Hope I was showing you guys earlier, the other part of it that I know is still kind of missing that I was trying to include, since originally I threaded Black Cat and for Hope I threaded Black Cat and Sailor Moon. That villain is supposed to be kind of more reminiscent of Queen Beryl and like Madame Hydra or something like that. But that's another thing I needed to mix in. Yes, yeah, that's all Commonwealth countries. It is. You can sort of technically include America in it by extension, just not literally, of course. America is the redheaded stepchild there, by Justin Castro's considerations, anyway. Okay, let us save again because I'm going to forget again. All right, there. All right, that's done. Okay, when is it now? That's 4. All right. All right, we can do that. I think I can go a bit further. Let's get rid of this. Excellent. How about there? I don't want it that much. Not that much. Not that much. All right, let's come on back, zoom all the way out and see what we got here. Yes, that's a bit more legible as far as the tag, which is also supposed to be part of the cloud, so that's kind of it's making it hard to color. And then the sprite I gave eyes to, so that's a little bit weird. Well, of course, they all come from the same empire, the British Empire, which is why when Gene Roddenberry used that idea, it didn't strike as much, and so they were trying to turn like all of his unused scripts into TV shows in the 90s because well, my favorite of them was probably Earth Final Conflict because I just found it so entertaining, especially with the basically the SS police, which was the humans that had that weird alien face hugger thing attached to their arms that they could blast people. I love that stuff. I forget. There was another thing about a man, a red man, or something in space. That was another Gene Roddenberry show that it was essentially a rejected script that his wife managed to get out there, but I can't remember what it was called. And of course, the other one was where Kevin Sorbo wound up after Hercules. And I can't remember that name. I just know that he played Captain Dylan Hunt. Andromeda. That's what it was. That was the first show that I ran into. What is her name? The girl. It's the Filipino girl that played Andromeda, the Andromeda AI. Golly, what was her name? Because some people actually try to bump her up for being Psylocke at one point. But Olivia Munn wound up getting that role, which is weird because she's actually the older between the two of them. What the heck? Lexa Doig or Doig. I don't know how to actually pronounce her last name. It's Doig. And in the Philippines, they got French, Spanish, English, and Chinese all up in there anyway. So it's kind of hard to figure it out. But that was the first time I saw that actress, and I really like her. It was pretty cool. Okay, so we're up to 50 here. I could almost start another paint job, but I don't need to. What I need is to finish this one. Now, I don't think where the heck did he go? He was here. Yeah, there we go. I don't think I'm going to change the colors of the buildings. I think I'll just keep that the same as it is, or same as they are, rather, here over behind Hal Jordan. So I'm going to pretty much keep that, as you will soon see. See, that brown. Keep it brown. It's upside down. It's perfectly fine. Everything is fine. Let's make it brown. And then this building's supposed to have sort of like a dome-like structure, so I thought, well, maybe I should do it this color, but I'm not certain as to which one to do. Not as of yet. Not as of yet. But now you can see a little brown back there, so let's zoom in slowly so as not to break poor Streamyard. Or yard is another problem I have is the hair color here. Since the light is kind of supposed to be coming sort of this way, like some of this is going to have to be a little bit darker, and then the hair on the inside here can be darkest like it is now, but some of this is going to have to be lighter when we get there, so I'm going to attempt to hopefully figure that out when we get to that point. And I kind of like that blue to show off the generator at the top of the building with like sort of the neon blue. So I think I'm sticking with that. I'm not gonna change it unless by the time I get to that actual third one I see something that's worth that. I don't really see a reason. Yeah, that's blue here. Right there. So I will still do all of the neon blues, which is over here in my color palette, which you cannot see because this thing just doesn't stretch that far. Oh, that's green. Whoops. Let's go back to, thank God for the color history. All right, now it go blue. Oh, all right, before I continue, I did promise to show you something else. Let me go make do there. Ah, that's right. There were some Stargate people. Well, far. Are you talking about? Do you mean Farscape? Again, Jack Ben? Because I don't remember Michael Shanks or Christopher Judge being in Andromeda at all. If you can tell me the name of that episode, I'd love to actually go find it in my things and watch it. Because it's been a long time since I saw that. But I mean, if they were there, that I would be perfectly fine with seeing that. But that's one of like the three shows of that era, like because Andromeda actually was cool, and but you also had Stargate that started right a little bit before it, and Farscape, which started after the both of them, and I really like that one too. Um, yeah, I can try that. I can try that. I can try that because that's like this is the blue of her lips is almost like a baby blue, like an ice blue. Well, I guess ice blue would be a little bit lighter and brighter than this one, but that's like a light one. But hang on, I was supposed to show you guys a comics division thing. Where was it? Yeah, see, there is the evidence of the curve because when I'm looking at this thing, it still looks flat to me, but to you guys, you kind of see it doing this. At least the camera does, and that's weird. Oh, that's right. I don't have to do that. I can just open an independent folder. Hang on. Hang on. How the heck did I go this long without drinking water? I do not know. See, this is what I mean. I get very tangential, and then sometimes I just forget. But yeah, after I show you guys this, then I'll bring her back up and we can take a look at that. Nothing wrong there. Sketch pads. Now I need the 11 by 14. Yes, fellas, believe it or not, this is me after it. I think it took me over a month to do this, but basically, summer 2020, while cities were burning, I spent about a month and a half of my quote unquote free time just scanning in all of my sketch pads. And that's why that like there's cover art on these folders because it is whatever I had for that sketch pad at the time. And that's what I go back to do this work, as it were. So this is in one of my favorite 11 by 14 sketch pads. And I'll dip in there. And this is where I've been saving, depending on what size I wind up sort of, whatever sketchpad I have on me, if I'm outside or I'm in here, depending on the size that it is, then, and what sketchpad it is that I'm using, then I'll make a folder for the page, and then, well, here, like I'll show you this with the, have you guys ever seen Eagle Rider or Rosetta? Like she's another streamer that I like to follow. She doesn't get to do it as much because she's been sick and stuff, or perhaps you didn't. But ultimately, these days when I'm gonna make a drawing, because I was drawing pinups for her, even though I'd never done that before. We both just thought it might be a fun project for the both of us. So I helped out her pinup book because she's collecting pinups from different artists to make a book out of them. It's been a long journey. So this is what I'll do is I'll go to whatever page number that is in the book, literally placement in the book. I'll make a separate folder. I'll find reference images for it because for this one, what she wanted me to do was a pinup girl representing the Coast Guard. I did one doing the Air Force, the Army, Marines. This one for the Coast Guard, obviously, and before that, the Navy. This was the fifth one. Now, she only really wanted me to do one. I wound up doing five. By the time I had finished thinking about it, I actually had ideas for 10. So this is just all the reference material. I guess I can show you the drawing. Yes, the Summer of Love. Oh, good Lord. Let's start on the episode The Night Death and Devil. Shanks starred in the episode Starcross. Oh, okay. Thanks, Ken Jack Ben. Good stuff. You know, we may have to. You're pretty fast with that stuff. I never search for things. Okay. All right. Let me open up a blank one and the one that I sort of tried to color because the whole point of it was to draw blank ones for her so that she could kind of like Mads were watercolors, but she also likes to do oily paints, markers, that sort of a thing. So this is a pinup as opposed to be kind of representative of the Coast Guard. And it was when I was this is literally the second time that I drew my tag in this way. Before I just had a random G, a random O, and a random N with periods going down. But then I thought of that. I think it was in the pinup before this, and it's like, well, it's supposed to be Grumpy Old Ninja. Some of this should kind of look ninja-ish, so that's how we went with that. You'll understand more about it when I show you. But yeah, so basically, this chick and her hair is very, very flowy to the back. Actually, it'll be easier to understand with the version of it I tried to color. Let me just bring that up. Well, this is what I mean is that you have the audio one pretty handy at your fingertips. So that's one of the things that gives you an advantage and makes you faster. You don't have to type it. Okay, so as you can see, another blue hair, because, water. I didn't finish coloring it. I just wanted to get a kind of an idea of kind of sort of what it looks like. So there's a normal skin tone, and then I made it a little bit darker for the fishnets. Like I said, I didn't really finish coloring this thing. And this white here was supposed to be kind of like reflection of light. I was supposed to do a little bit more of it along her sleeve, not just her back and her thighs there. But yeah, that's one of them. And all of them I did like a sort of big circle thing somewhere in the middle of the drawing that's a bit more representative, quote unquote, of what they're being a pinup of. Yeah, so this doesn't really look great, but she did like it, and I think by the time I get the other ones, it'll be better. What the heck? Hold on, I gotta go back in, gotta go back in, gotta go back in. Some sketch pads have multiple stuff. Alright, let me show you Air Force. I did two of them. I did one if she was standard brown and another one if she was light brown as far as colorations. But I can show them to you. That is okay. Yes, like I said, never done this before, ever. So I just sort of gave it a whirl. And I did get to find references for most of the poses. Some of the poses are combined from different images to make that particular pose. And I've also never drawn a P-51 Mustang. So please take that into consideration of how horrible this plane looks. Because it does look so very bad. I have terrible ability with perception still. Perception. No, not depth perception. Perspective. That's the word. I am still beyond terrible at it. which is why her shadow also makes no freaking sense whatsoever. But this is from like 4 different pinup girl images where I just took different parts of it, and that's how I sort of built her body. So not all of it looks like it entirely makes much sense whatsoever. All right. So I was actually going to make a 6th one based on Trump's Space Force, but Rosetta wanted me to change it, and she wanted me to just do NASA, so I just sort of went with that. But I haven't finished that, and that's exactly what that drawing still looks like in that book. I have not been able to finish it because I just sort of ran into, what would you call it? What would I call it? What should I call it? A talent wall, a skill wall. I just can't quite do it. Hang on, I'm trying to see if it'll open. Okay, now I think it's actually opening, but it may be opening for 3 of them. Try me again, Kenjack Ben. What I'm reading says what I thought you were going with that images that the pinup girl on the airplane came off of it. So I'm not 100% what you mean there. Sorry. I know text to speech does that to you the same way autocorrect screws my life over constantly. Okay, maybe I can darken it because basically this is just lines. So I just made this one NASA. I'll keep that pose with her in her helmet and kind of giving a salute, but also at the same time sort of looking over there. Yeah, it looks like probably 3 of these opened. Okay, no, just 2. Just 2. And then after this, I'll go back to Eternal Dread and we'll take a look. Now, this is an extra. It's a arm of the military that we don't have, but since she didn't want me to do the Space Force, I'm like, I to do something future like, even though I know that kind of breaks the pinup girl rules because we haven't really. Instead of Trump's Space Force, I figure, oh well, Warhammer has the Sisters of Battle. Let's see if I can't find some inspiration to do something like that over here. So I'm trying to do Space Marines, not all entirely just Warhammer, you understand, but that's the most popular one. And I know most people hate the Sisters of Battle, but that character design is very, very useful for this for me. So I don't entirely mind them now. And I like the figurines for those. I would not mind getting some of them and painting them, or even some of the ones that freaking they commissioned Bandai to make some, and they're like 1/100 size Gundams, and they're pretty neat. I would very much love to paint those, but I don't have the space or the time. It don't exist. And I gotta learn how to draw comic books. If I don't do that, I'll never actually get to meet you guys at this point because I need to make money. And so I wanted to do it as a Native American. I did a couple of them that were. I did a couple of folks that hail from Europe, a couple from Africa, some of the ladies, a couple of Latina chicks, I think, which would come after this. And I got to do an Asian chick still. I haven't done one of those. But yeah, so as you can see, that I don't know how to draw those freaking things, but I'm trying to figure it out. So she's got a chainsaw blade. I forget what weapon's going to be on her right arm, but even though this is supposed to be armor from around that era, I still wanted to have some of its roots in the past. And this was going to be a sort of, I wanted it to be a riff, if you will, on if either of one of you guys remember something called Centurions from the 80s. I've never been able to draw those, but I love those frickin' things. It's ridiculous. Wait, the skin of the airplane ripped itself off to pose as the pinup girl that is painted? I I don't quite understand what that means. Skin of the airplane ripped itself. I think you're referring to my horrible shadow. Yes, it is awful. Absolutely terrible. Yes, I guess that's one way to express that. But yeah, I totally foobarred that shadow. I'd like to fix it, but I don't quite yet know how, because that requires knowing a sufficient amount of perspective to fix even how the plane looks. But yeah, that's kind of what I was going for here. And I know there actually was a native character that they had in Centurions, because, Brave Star was a thing back then, and so they were trying to have those around. And there was Spirit and G.I. Joe, and all of them looked the same, which kind of annoyed me, but it's like, guys, I get it, but can it also be just other folks? But anyway, I digress. I think she's supposed to. Oh, that's what it is. This is supposed to be a. I see the line, and basically, you see this little divot here in the corner. She's basically holding a longbow at the top tip. That's what's going on. There's supposed to be a longbow there, and that's what I was going to draw. As bow and arrow, sword. There will be some sort of weaponry from the back and wings and what have you. And then for her background circle, what I chose to do was a dream catcher. And I've seen a couple, so I took things from a couple of different ones to try to add to this one. Even though that's was supposed to sort of be a tail end for her suit, but I think I'm just going to let that be for the dream catcher and make the suit go longer at other points so that I don't cover all of that up. But anyway, I digress. I need to go try out a blue. So let me go get on over there. Yes, Centurions is great stuff. I love all 65 episodes of that, even though some of them bore me to death. But they don't, because I just love that show. I just absolutely love that show. Centurions, cops from, what is it, 2020 or 2040, fighting crime in a future time, which is basically a pulp cartoon show because of the way they did it. Even the way they did the episodes, they call them that. And what was the other one I liked that came out around then? I can't remember. I don't think Air Raiders had a show, but I really like those toys. Hold on. Where are you? There we go. Eternal Dread. You know what? Thank you for that idea in that respect, Kendrick, then, because I never kept going with the one that I did the insignia. Visionaries, thank you. Man Machine, Power Extreme, Visionaries. Great theme song, great show, completely insane, way too short. And I remember the one that's related to that I like, which was, what is it? Powered Beasts, War Battle Beasts, Battle Beasts. I used to collect those, and then I lost them all. And then I found one kangaroo, and the kangaroo one, and I broke his arm. But I tried to sew it back on there, and that's the only one I have. Lord willing, if I get to make enough money for these books that we're trying to do, I can get them back. But yes, Kenjak Ben, I will actually officially include this as a color test. Yes, indeed. All right, come on, let's open this up. We'll take a look. Ethan wanted to do something Visionaries like as covers for his books. Not necessarily Cyber Frog, but I remember there was a stream some time ago where he was talking about it. But I didn't. Well, yeah, it's enough. It's enough. We can go. All right, hang on. Let me get the stylus because I was using the mouse for that, and that is well, friggin' impossible. All right. Now, are you talking about this blue or no? Actually, it's not lighter. Now we just go with that. All right. So I took that blue with the eyedropper. And it's Drake. Yeah, at this point, I hadn't finished darkening everything since I've been, so everything doesn't look black yet. But let's see how this game's gonna work out. You know, as a blue, this could work. I may not be able to color it all in, but I'll do what I can. Yeah, bro. This is good. This is good. This is real good. You may have found the color for her for me. So thank you for that times a million. Oh, crap. I forgot her left shoulder. Ah. Hang on so you can actually see this. Yeah. And yes, this is pretty much the only parts of her where you can actually see skin. Now let me color this real quickly because this is supposed to be shadow more or less. Yeah. Oh, I also forgot this part of her skin, which is also exposed. Oh, I grabbed the wrong thing. Whoops. Now, let me zoom a little harder here. All right, can you see her more now? No. For her, no. For her, the hair is purple. The hair is definitely staying purple because remember, the red is going to be down here, and then no wait. I think the red is somewhere near these tips. Then I do orange, then I do yellow because it's supposed to progress into fire. That's why that's the color scheme here. So yes, I can't do red hair for her. That's going to make it a little bit harder to complete the fire. Harder to complete the fire. But dude, you hit the nail on the head with this blue for her. This will be it. This will be right. I was thinking blue, but I gave her the blue of another character that I made. It's very similar paint job, really, even with the purple. But yeah, this feels right, man. This feels right. It's almost comic book coloring. Right, it actually feels. Where's the other thing? No, because that's a different color. Where's the other one? There was something else. No, because that's a spike. Dang it. I can't remember what the other thing was. Well, that's hair too. But you know what? You know what? Since this is a color test, um, it doesn't got to stick with it. It's not going to be final. So, screw it. Now, what kind of red are you looking for? Are you, hold on. Let me drag this out of here. I don't even know if you can see that. I can't zoom the screen in. No, you can't see that. There's no way. So for red hair, do you want me to color it quote unquote real life orange? which is what few people usually try to pass off as red hair, which is not entirely accurate, but hell, that can work, I guess. Okay, so that would have to be this. This is more like the more correct because actual human women who have quote unquote I hate that they call it red hair because it's not red. It is a very dark orange, but it does look red to some. But it is a very dark orange, as opposed to here. Let me like if I got this the red from the rose, that's like here. Let me see if it'll show you the contrast. Well, you see how much brighter that is because it's literally red. But the other one, it does look orange. But I don't even remember if I gave her. Oh, I did. And since she's all demon-like, then let's make it a nice neon green. Dude, you are obsessed with gingers. I don't know if I've noted that to you, but I figure I wouldn't be much of a friend if I didn't share. You're obsessed. You need to calm down. But if you like them that much, make sure you find you one. Make sure your wifey is one of these when you get to pick her up. They're getting a lot more scarce, man. You might have to leave the land to get a real one of those. Like Kate What's Her Face in Earth Final Conflict. No, her name. I think the actress's name is Kate something, but the the character's name is Siobhan, which is one of my favorite Irish, Gaelic, Celtic, or whatever you want, call it names. Actually, I made a series of characters that are all based in Ireland. You know what else covered Ireland decently, and I would even say almost with honor? The Gargoyles cartoon in the 90s. There's one point where Goliath and his daughter, pardon the spoilers, are sent across the world by I think the Gramorum Macnorum on a boat to enact heroes of the land, since obviously they can't patrol the whole world. And at one point, they happen upon Ireland. And they happen upon this dude that he's destined to become a banshee fighter or whatever, and that's literally what the chick is. Well, yes, Kate definitely is. Oh yeah, her lips. One thing I can tell you, I always plan for her lips to be red. It's just they don't look like much here because before I darkened this, it kind of looks terrible. Let's see if I can do it for that. I think this is the right brush size. Oh, it's so big. It's so impossible. It's because guys, this is a sketch pad that's half of what I'm used to working with. It's terrible. All right, I'm gonna have to go all the way in. Oh, this is bad. All right. Hang on. Yeah, so this sketch pad is like 5x7 ish at the most. But I'll have to sort of reprogram a set. Which, because of how small this is probably going to make them look a bit like Betty Boop. And I don't know if you guys have heard, but they want to do a live action of Betty Boop starring someone who doesn't look anything like Betty Boop. Nothing is safe, gentlemen. Never give up, never surrender. Give no quarter. Nothing is safe. Nothing. Good Lord. Can you guys actually see that? Diddle-dee-dee, potatoes. Potatoes. You know who does a good one of those actually is Razor Fist. He does a nice little humdinger when he gets in the mood. He's pretty good at it. Oh god, this is so impossible. To think when I was a kid, I wanted to learn how to draw in 8-bit. Oh, what madness we weave within our sordid eyes. Let me white this area out. Oh, oh, that is rough. Oof. I bet that looks terrible on screen. Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. Oh, I know. Just make it black. Duh. Bill. Not quite. Although, from here... Hold on. I need to save this. I might have to recreate them this way for the other one, so... Okay, change this, right? Yeah, alright, good. Saved! Now let me do a fill on whatever that's supposed to pass for lips. And let's see how that ends up. Ooh, she looks like a Kardashian with surgery gone very, very wrong. Uh, yep, save here, save here. Tears welling up to, gotta get those onions out of this room. They're always so obnoxious. Dang onions. Onions, onions everywhere. Onions, onions. I don't care. Oh, Darren, we had to convince Nina all the way to actually watch One Piece. I think she actually will enjoy it. Although she will be fearful because she'll be potentially getting dragged into something she's not really sure is going to get an ending or not. Oh my god, it's way too. Oh, this is terrifying. They're way too thick. But I need that light because that's kind of like how they look, where light would bounce off of a lip. Hang on, I need that color. Here, not that one. There's 3 colors here to use. This being the main one, of course. Yeah, so she won't like it for that reason, but I think it will because Oda himself is working on it, and he doesn't want a George R.R. Martin situation, so he won't let them just sort of do whatever they want. Oh, wait, okay, I can give this one up for that because I still have the darkened color over there. So hang on. I'm going to try to thin out the top a little bit, just a little bit. That might be a bit too much, but let's see. No, that is too much. Take that off. But since he actually is there, he doesn't trust them, which is, of course, the correct reaction when dealing with that company and Netflix. Shinichiro Watanabe did trust him. He got his money, and he said, all right, you guys can go ahead and make my show. But they completely destroyed Cowboy Bebop, whereas Oda sticking around for Netflix is like, okay, no romance. But we would like to. No romance. Zero. Not doing any of it. None of that around here. That's not for this show. So that pretty much immediately gets rid of most of the stuff that most of those psychopaths want to do to a show like, or to a property like One Piece or anything else that comes from anime, because they love to misconstrue things that they put in anime as allegory for their own stuff, which it is not at all. You know what? I may not have to go that far with it. If I just put one here and one here, and then a little dark gray thing for her nose hole here, which is what that was actually intended to be, believe it or not. I might be able to get away with this after all. Oh, white. Or actually, I think that should be black. Because, horrible creature. Eyes aren't going to look like humans' eyes do, so let's put the green, the glowy green, make them like Gambit's eyes. I know, you could use that for good guys. They did it in Baldur's Gate for the vamps, I believe, but they use different glowies for those. So let's see what happens here. Oh, and I need to darken this because this is supposed to be a scar. Come on. I know, guys, I'm sorry. I know I'm off of the Rainbow Bright right now, but like I say, Ken Jack Ben introduced an interesting idea, and it's working out quite nicely, I must say. Yeah, it's supposed to go more or less up to her eyebrow. And then the inside of her mouth should probably be some sort of dark red or whatever. But I don't think I can get away with it because we already have that there. See, so that won't do. A dark purple, perhaps. It is another worldly creature. Who says that all the colors have to be the same on the inside? Not likely to actually bleed red. But I like how this was built out, man. This works. And now she actually kind of looks like a vampire. Well, no, you're not trying to marry this. This would kill you. It would probably eat you at night. Are you kidding me? This is basically, a succubus without the succub part. Yeah, no, no, don't chase that. Just all I was saying was try to find yourself a nice redheaded girl to breed with. You love them so much, you'd have a new appreciation for her that she wouldn't even realize was available to herself. But now I will save it. I will save this. And I'm going to save it as your powerful contribution. Ow. Shoot. Sorry. Legs. Legs don't like that, and I kind of forgot. And now it's on the record. You know what, dude? I kind of like that. If I can make it a little bit thinner, it might actually work out to what I needed her to be, which is not, believe it or not, what I wound up with in the other one that I'm coloring. It's because I really wanted to change her mouth, and I believe this is what I needed. So, muchas gracias, Ken Jack Ben. Oh, thank you, Darren. Thanks for hanging out, and thank you. May yours go with you, whoever protects you, because we all need that protection from beyond for sure. You take good care of yourself. Have a good Monday, great day, and I'm gonna keep going here for a little while longer as much as I can. I didn't eat before streaming, and that's kind of turning into trouble right now, but I can hang. Sure can, Jack Ben. I honestly do not recommend looking for one of these. I think that would be extremely dangerous. You won't survive the experience, and you won't make it to the fun part either, I must tell you. This thing is it's vicious. It's supposed to look like that to draw you in, even while you're trying to fight it. Ow! Even if you tried to fight it. Ah! Everything is creaking. There we go. But you know what, guys? This may have to be the way to go. Like I'll try it again with this tomorrow, and if it holds, I guess that's the way I'm gonna have to keep going. Yes, KJV is not the same as KJB, so you don't have to worry about that. But I'm definitely gonna be saving this. But that also, because I had also forgotten to include her skin color. But let me see. Let's see what happens. Let me see. If we make that red and here this red, well, it does make a change on it. What it's really doing is it's muting that red. But it's not bad either. No, keep the green. This will change the color of the hair. Well, we still have the purple in it. Oh, right. The rest of the hair. Bleh. Hang on. I gotta get that here. Well, what if we go... Yeah, I guess we'll just do a version for you, even though I guess I won't get to keep it final. But I will change their skin color on the final one to this, though. So for this bit, I'll still do orangey bits. Like so. Hang on. So there's orangey bits. And then there's some more orangey bits here. Thinking back to this darkening, it was a freaking nightmare. I didn't realize how many of those lines I'd actually made. I was losing my mind, like, when is this going to be over? I mean, I was still enjoying it, but I just wasn't expecting that. And that's why animators do it the way they do it. So they have less lines to color, and with the computer, they can literally fill it in. Animation was my other holy grail of sorts. Oh, that's what it is. This interrupts that, so this should actually be orange here. And that is not hair, that's part of the magma, and this is part of the dirt. Okay, that's what it is. I did something like this with a couple characters before, but even makeup chicks have done it, where they will have somebody's hair be a gradient that looks like fire lighting up. Like it'll start out orange, then the dark orange, then the light orange, and then it'll go yellow. That's pretty cool. I should give her vamp fangs just for the heck of it, considering all the horns she has protruding from her. But yeah, we'll keep this, man. So thank you. Now let's see, where do we put this? Where do we put it? Here? No, right? Because that's too weird. But maybe we put it here. Still look like a rose, just a frozen one, perhaps. Not really. But that is kind of a bit more powerful, and you can't really read it that much better. But I don't hate this, so we'll keep that in the symbol too. You never know what uses may come of it. Perhaps gray would be good. Gray? Some sort of gray? No, it's too weird a contrast. Oh, perhaps that green. Let's give that a try on a whirl. And not really. But this could work, man. Perhaps if I have the other stuff being in it, but I have like I can have her go to like an ice version of herself or something. Yeah, this could work. Shall work. Especially when I draw her twin sister. They'll have to be like colors, and if she's this color, then the sister maybe can be the beigey one. We shall see. But thanks for that. I shall for now put it away because I do have it saved. I do need to get on with this coloration. But I need to make one more change to that because I think I did not properly include it in the file name. Wait, what? That's incorrect. Grossly so. Where's the... Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. Okay, it's this. It's this. It's this. Let's go home. Okay, that's as far as the file names will go. Oh, wait. I should keep a PNG of it so I can actually see it in the previews. Although, if I keep her hair like this, that'll allow me to make use of the purple somewhere else. And I kind of did want to do that, but I really do still want to keep her hair purple. But perhaps what I can do is add a level. But the problem is, where? I do want to do that. I do want to do that. Now that it looks like this. Like, yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. When I start working again, it's going to suck because I'm not going to be able to stream like this. But I'll have to find a way to sleep in the interim. Wish I could remove sleep altogether. Oh, the lavender tone? Well, that is going to be a kind of very gloomy looking character. Like, she's going to be in a sort of Morticia Elvira-ish sort of dress that's very like a mermaid dress, a sort of silver bottom, but like when it's time for business and she got to cut somebody up, that'll sort of flare out. I don't know how to explain that yet. I'm not even sure I can draw that, but that'll be sort of the deal. Excuse me, a little bit of a yawn there. But I'm not opposed to that. And she's already blue and there's purple involved. We could just sort of keep it in the family a little bit. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe they just each get a beige, the beige for like the human tone. Wait, hold on. What did you say there? You could try lavender first. Is the dress going to stay awake or not? What does that mean? I don't understand what you mean. Try me again. Try me one more time, please. Oh, dude, that's not a dress. Sorry, I forgot to explain that part to you guys when I was showing it to you earlier. Do you know the sort of, because this is a character that's very antithetical to the things that Infinite Hope would sort of stand for, whatever you believed in. So that is not a dress. What that is, that to you looks like a dress. If you know what that thing is, that well, it's not just Catholic priests, but quite a few clergy type figures in different religions, positive and negative, because the voodoo guys do it too. They have this sort of scarf or uh, the thing that they basically they wear from around their necks and then it just sort of falls in front of them. That's what that is. I needed to adorn it a little bit more, but that actually is going to be white once I actually color it. I haven't put white. Well, at this point, I haven't put white on it because I hadn't finished it. But I only want to color it once because here's the thing: uh, where you see the white, if you see the sort of outline-ish that would kind of sort of be of her figure, it's because the thing is, it's a little bit see-through, and some of it is falling on her, like it's falling over these to cover up the parts that the Parents Association would not have us, and neither would I, little kids watching. So that's literally what that is. And so if I color it white now and then if I do a white later or something, it will tear away at what I did because this is how. Oh, I should probably zoom that. Hang on. Let me zoom it. What am I doing? Okay, so basically, this stuff. That is how the the camera on my phone and then Photoshop interpret pencil. Because that is me and my pencil just basically sort of darkening in what that would be, not completing a line. But that's how it does it. So if I fill that in with color, it's gonna wear away at some of it and you won't be able to see it all, which is why I won't do it until like the final bit of it. Let's see. Oh yes, they do call that a talent in Hebrew. That's what the rabbi wears. But I forget what the Catholic guys and the Protestant guys and the voodoo guys and the other guys call it. But I think it's closer to what talent means than sort of like a translated way. I really don't get why they do that in language. Oh, hang on a second. I have almost destroyed my little carpet here and my comics, and I can't do that. That's not good. Oh, and since you are still here, wait a minute. Let's see. An idea. Maybe you can color the fringe of it gold at the edges. Um, I wouldn't want to use gold because that's a little bit too close to the hero, and I don't want to be. Even though the character would go that far, I'm not sure that I could. So I don't want to make it look literally like one of those. I would feel a bit disturbed by that. Now, I'm going to go out of tangenty again for a second. I don't know if you can. Oh, wait, light. Duh. This was one of the first ones I ever picked up after all that started to happen. I thought I'd lost this in the water damage era, but it's still here. And this pose here, this is what I used to draw Supergirl the very first time I drew her, and I thought, I need to learn how to do this better so that I maybe can try to get into a career of this. So this was one of the ones that did it for me. Oh, I know. Blue and gold is my favorite combination of colors. Blue, gold, white, and black. That's what I use for my main superhero in my modern world, and I'm probably going to use it for the one in this one. That'll sort of be the telltale sign of who this is in this world and that. But the thing about gold here is that that's too close to something I very religiously respect, and I don't want to mock it. I wouldn't feel right. This one, yeah, this is Kessel. You remember these folks, Kessel, Grummet, and Hazelwood, who are kind of doing it a bit. This is kind of Dale Keowneish, even for this time. I don't know if you knew that, but that's kind of like his style. The reason that I'm tangenting is because I also found the Wizard magazine that I've been searching for so long because I couldn't remember what number it was or what they were covering, but there was something on the inside that I really liked other than what the main story was. And it was oh crap, light again. Hold on, I got a tougher light. Sorry, mind the glare, but I think you'll be able to see it better now. See, it's the cover got ripped off of it. I didn't realize that had happened, but it was the villain special with two of my favorite villains because Doctor Doom is that guy, and the Joker is also that guy for me. Anyway, let me get on with it and stop boring you. Hold on, where's this thing? Come on down. Yeah, so this particular Wizard magazine. Well, I don't know if you remember, but this magazine really used to do. Yes, but what I'm saying, I don't want to do the gold here because that would literally be too close to a talent. That's the problem. So, so gold's out. I'll have to do it a different way. Not sure what. Maybe even silver, but I don't really know how to do that. But we'll get there. In any case, the Wizard used to do art contests all the time. And it was just, regular people send your thing in, and whoever wins will send you a comic book, blah, 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 blah. And so this particular art contest is one I rather enjoyed because it was a make your own Captain America. Because this is when Captain America was getting his comeback in Heroes Return, one of those very, very terrible storylines from the 90s that I really. It didn't make any sense how it happened, and it made even less sense how they actually made it back. Because they all. This is around the time that Joseph was a thing that was split off of Eric, that was split off of Onslaught and whatever of Magneto, and it was really weird how they did things. But in any case, the contest had these. This is the winner, just Captain China. Obviously, that dude is not Chinese, but this was a pretty good drawing, even with the stars on the Singapore thing. There was also, hold on, I need to bend this back. There was also the Singapore sling, I wonder if Yanzi would want to do something with that if this man is still drawing that character. For Ireland, Lady Luck, which they basically just made a chick and made her wear a leprechaun leotard. But I still like it because she still has the top hat, and over her eyes is like a tattooed 4-leaf clover or 3-leaf clover. Sorry, it's a 3-leaf clover. Then there's also the Israeli star. I mean, what else can you? That pretty much does it. He pretty much sold it there, Israeli star. But there was the fourth runner-up, which is an idea that I had, but this was clearly beyond much better executed than I think I could even do now, which is the Dominican Republican of all frickin' things. Yeah, I really like that one because that is literally like that's as Captain America somewhere else as it gets, even right down to a Union Jack shield, which instead has the Dominican flag on it. Hold on, I wonder if you can see it, the actions, because all of these poses are very like Kirby and pre-Kirby era. So that's a cool character design. So I need to find this guy once we can make some cash, because I need to buy this character from him or bring him in or something. So that's a cool idea. Well, yes, I know it has a specific name, but the literal technical thing as description is a 3-leaf clover. Oh, you might like this one too. Now, if it were me, like, let me see if it'll focus on what the actual name is. Because I wouldn't have gone with this because this is kind of like a description of the character. And yes, this was done by a Canadian long, long ago. But if it were me, I would have just called this Panzer. Because, German tank. Literally. There's also a Brazil one, which wasn't bad either. But they're all sticking with like classic cap, and I really like that. So this was one of my favorite art contests that Wizard ever did. And I'm so very glad that this magazine did not die and is still around. So anyway, tangent complete. I just thought you'd like to see those. I think this is where that other thing was with the cosmic suit, but maybe that was a different wizard? I don't know. I thought it was in here. Because that was the other thing that I was going to show you. Things. Oh, let me turn this light off now so that this glare will stop being annoying. Because that glare is pretty bad. But it's not here, so I'll stop dilly-dallying. Get back to work. But I was actually not trying to get that for ancient America. However, if that is a thing that God says, yeah, do it, I wouldn't mind that at all. That would be pretty funny. We could actually have, well, no, we can't do that. It would have to be somebody else, not the Patriot, because it would have to be someone that's more like you. So we could just make them sort of like a self insert to do laugh stuff, funny stuff with inside the book. Because we gotta have levity. We gotta have levity. So anyway, on this, I have to find a way to do the purple. I don't know how to keep this and keep the purple, but it has to be there. But Lord willing, I'll find a way. If it's there, then it gets to be done. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, that was the whoops. Something else I realized was this. Stop it. Just move. Okay. But yeah. That's kind of why I've done the purple, because I've done this mix before where it was like red with a red head with either blue or green skin, and then what like because then the eyes would be blue if the skin were green, or the eyes would be green if the skin were blue. Like I've done that before, and I completely like when I was trying this, I completely forgot that was even a potential thing. Very silly of me. So thank you for bringing that back to order, sir. Most appreciated. All right, let's save again. Oh, well, yeah, let's do that. But we need one that we can continue to color. Ah, that was a weird rip out of my throat. Yeah. Pardon that. Okay, let's try one more time. Yeah, so it looks like otherwise this thing can do it. All right, I'm not going to be able to finish the whole color scheme. It's not worth it for this. But what I'll do is when I do the final, I will have her skin be this blue. I just have to figure out what the frag to do about the hair. That's the part that's kicking me in the can. Now, since I have it saved up to this for number 6, I'm going to try something now where what if I just do this bit of it? Or I could do half and half. I did that once. Yes. This is too something that could work. So I have to try that on the other side. All right. We'll save that as number 7 and see if I can work with that for the final one. Which means I'm going to have to save that as a PNG also. So let's do that first, and then we'll save it as a Photoshop file, and that way we keep going. Oh, random news. If you haven't seen, although you might not even necessarily find it terribly exciting, but it looks like they are remaking and perhaps are even about to release an. Oh wait, no. No, I think what they're doing is that they are not updating, but sort of remastering Super Mario RPG from Super Nintendo for the Switch. I have been waiting for that since the 64. I'm like, why didn't you just do it here? That would have been fantastic. But they're going to do it for the Switch, and they may very well be soliciting Squaresoft so that they can use, the Geno and some of those other characters that Squaresoft came up with for the Mario world, and perhaps we'll finally get to see them in Mario video games in the near future. Because Nintendo was very stupid for dropping that, because they had fights with everybody. Everybody fought with them, but they started to mellow down and calm down. Hold on, what that? No, not. I mean, I can show it to you. I wouldn't like it here because her skin being that soft, would make this really, really bad. This is not good. I mean, you might like it, but this won't work for that character. Because if her skin tone is this deep, then it can't. It just doesn't work for what I'm looking for. I mean, this might work for her sister, depending on whatever paint job I go with there, but not here. In fact, I can even save it for you. You can keep it. But wait, hold on, I missed one. Hold on, wait a minute. There we go. Because I know you'd just like to see it, and that's perfectly fine. I'll upload this to you later, but please do not show that to anyone, not even Asher. Nobody knows this character. Yes, I know, clearly I'm showing it on the stream, but you and I both know. It's just you, Ancient One, Darren M, and a couple of guys that they brought in that have looked at these streams. Nobody else has come here. That's why I showed them to you guys. All right, now let's also save that as a PNG, and then we'll save over it for number 9. For 999. And again, even if I save it this way, it'll actually let me send it, but we'll try. We can give it a try. Wait, how far down was I with that? Hold on, let me save over the other one. PNG. Yeah, I'll just overwrite it because it was supposed to be that color anyway. And it's not like I added something to it. But it's just that the contrast is too weird. It's too light colors, light in the hair and light in the work with everything. And really what this thing is supposed to be, it's not gonna work. All right. Whereas we'll be able to get away with this. Can I? Not really. Wait, if I close it off, maybe I can. Now we can make this number 9. Number 9. Come on, Photoshop, don't do that now. We need you here. We need you. Which would be essentially what I would probably try to do with the other one. But if I can get away with this half and half thing, then I can have my cake and eat it. All of it. And yes, I know Marie Antoinette did not actually say that, but that doesn't make the saying any less entertaining. And so we won't do that over there, but we'll do that here. Oh, wait. Before I do something stupid, let's close that off. All right, there. Okay. Yeah, I can kind of live with this more. Because I still get the purple and it'll be two-tone, which will make an action figure of this really annoying to make. But all the more worth it, quite frankly. Ping! zoom out for the Photoshop file. And that is officially saved. What you got against eggplant? No, I like normal violet purple. I do also like lavender, but not here. Lavender's too light for this. I need the contrast. I need, you got the dark and you got the light, and they play off of each other. Dang it, I did it again. Jeez. Eggplant color is fantastic. I love violet. Violetta. I even like that name. So, well, I did try it, and it just doesn't work for me. I understand that it works for you, and that's perfectly fine. But for what I'm trying to get to do with this drawing, we're going to call you 1 out of 2, but a very, very important one. One with far greater weight than the 2. Yeah, but magenta is not really a derivative of purple. That's a derivative of red. That's something more along those this, which I really don't want because that's almost brown. Where the heck is the magenta? That's too dark. Hold on, wait a minute. Yeah, see, that just comes off like a darker version of the red that you have, and that don't do much. But I also think that the magenta here is wrong in my color palette because there's like two like a darker reds that aren't those, but that is what magenta essentially is. It's the shiny cherry blood red that is here or over here I mean, but darker. Like it's still vibrant, it's still sort of shimmery, but it's dark. It's sort of like the shadow of a regular dark red would be. Of a regular bright red would be. It would be that shadow because it would still be almost shimmery, almost like a metallic finish. So that's why magenta is not really that would because magenta is really going to be a color to be used like a shadow here, so it wouldn't be a main part of the event, as it were. But I get your point, though. I could roll with you on that if it wasn't for the fact that I'm already using that way. Mm-hmm. How do I get away with? Yeah, I guess some of it will have to be tipped, and the rest of it will have to be the other way. So we'll keep the purple tinge, and we'll keep the red as dominant on the left side. Yeah, I think that can work. All right, I'm with that. I still don't know what color to put on her horns. I was thinking about either using white or black. It's basically from her forearms and her forelegs. From actually, no, I should correct myself because on both her arms, it's basically from her biceps that the rest of that is basically bone, as it is from below her knees. I mean, it's essentially bone because, as you see, she has cloven hooves. And then to make it look like a horrifying high heel, I have another horn protrusion, but it's going out backwards and it acts like the heel. Even though she sort of has a reverse hind legs that aren't so much. It just happens at her feet, and her feet aren't like extra long or anything. Now, Kenjang Ben, you said something about not wait. You said something about a dress being alive earlier. Were you referring to the character I described in her sister when I said that her dress is going to be tight like Morticia's, like a mermaid dress down to, it'll be literally flowing. She'll look like she's flowing while she's walking. It's kind of the effect I'm trying to make. But when she's trying to cut a son of a bee, then the dress will flare. So I think you asked something about it being alive, and I don't know if maybe that was a typo or what you were meaning. Oh, that was a typo. Okay, because I don't remember it having made a reference to her dress being alive, but I suppose that's a way to look at it. Oh, crap! Disappeared. Hold on. Is it? Hold on. I need to look at an original drawing because now I can't remember if that part is a part of the hair. No, it can't be. Never mind. Because I was starting to think for a second there that this space where I have skin color was actually part of the hair. And I think at one point it was before I changed it to give it a little bit more of that form. But maybe I should fill that in well, whatever color and have it flow that way. I'm not sure. I should play around with that later. Oh, here's what. Or should it be higher? Kind of looks like Eye as Eye from like Green Lantern cartoon. But oh, okay, it was a mistake. I got you. I got you. All right. But what the hell? Let's save that too. Because one of the things I don't like about what I did to this later is in trying to fill in the eye, I can't like I changed it and it looks too something else that it isn't. Like quite I don't quite have my finger on what that is. But it's weird. And I really wanted it to stay this way. So what I'll have to do is I'll have to go back to that and start from that point before I started changing her eye and try to keep it the same. And then I can change the mouth to try to look more like this. But yeah, a wee bit small. Okay, so are we saved? Okay, not with the ping. I need the ping. Oh, yeah, this is definitely the better way to go for that. That way I could keep the one versus the other. That rules. Dear God, I'm gonna have to keep the Streamyard. I don't want to, because it was such a weird start at first, but so far it's basically been the most stable version one, which is rather annoying. Man, if I could actually get to start a platform like this to go sort of beyond where, Google kind of be up in Rumble's thing, I would already have all that stuff built in so that people do not have to go to StreamYard or Restream or any of those things to do these things. And then, I could maybe make it a part of it if you have a paid package that you'd have someone that can kind of run through it with you. Wait, but I thought you said that if you try to do that, your phone will melt down. Because remember, I'd asked you before, but when you told me that, I was like, "Oh yeah, that's the only phone you got, and it's in the same boat as mine. It's the only phone I got. That's the last thing we need. We need to be able to continue to communicate more, not less. I mean, for crying out loud, I think we talked what 4 times the whole of 2022. That was a little bit. Well, we talked a lot more, and toward the end of 21 than we did in most of 22. And then even this year, I only had to talk to you like 2 or 3 times through maybe May, something like that. That job was destroying me. Okay, well, hang on. Give me a couple minutes. Because the problem is, I'm not sure how I'm going to hear you. I don't have a monitor, a real monitor function. But hang on, let me see if I can do that. Because I think I'd have to do it from inside the, what is this thing called, from Streamyard, and I don't know how to do that. Hang on, let me see if I can find something that says invite or bring guest or something. Hang on. Where? Okay, I think there's something here. All right, hang on. This is going to require a keyboard, so I'm going to be putting that there. Invite. Uh-huh. Okay. Let's see if it'll let me do that. I probably have to pay money for that part. I do. Okay, sorry. I won't do that, but here. Here it be. Oh, fakakta. Yes, that's right. Hang on. I gotta put this in here before I can send it over to you. How the frick do I share this to you? Oh, wait. I know something I can try that will actually make it easier for you. I think. I hope. Hang on. We're gonna do this. Streamyard link. Okay. All right, gentlemen. I have the Streamyard link now. Trying to figure out precisely how to actually put it to you. And I believe I have a way to do that. That isn't a bunch of complicated mumbo jumbo. Too many hoops to jump through. I think what that's going to be. Wait, what? No, this is the wrong one. Oh, for crying out loud. Oh, I forgot to change it. Hang on. No, 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 no. Okay, forget it. I'll change it after. I need to actually send it to you first, but I just noticed I made a big error. Oh, all right. Yeah. All these are supposed to be that. Wait, is that right? Oh, it's the wrong one. Jeez. But I did do it wrong. I definitely did. I just don't know where I actually placed it. All right, I got this here. Copy. Copied. Invite guests. Bring speakers, moderators, blah, 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 blah. Other people. Yes, that is the solution. Let's see what happens. Go ahead and hit it, and we'll try to not melt your phone down. But yes, I made a grievous error. Oh, no, 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 no. I have to change the date. I have to change the dates and times and everything. Maybe I just never saved it. Maybe that's what happened. I think that's what it was. All right, let's just save one. We did it through Streamyard. Okay, now, did this thing save properly? Or did I do it without the property? I think that's what happened. I don't know how you can tell me if you're in the back room or not, but, well, I don't even know what that looks like. Let me see. There should be a boop. I always hear a boop when Cecil comes on and Ethan is waiting for people to get there. So there should be a boop. Wait, I think I just heard a boop. But I still don't see anything in Streamyard. How do I look at the back room? All right, the link is there. Wait, I think I see you. Is this you, perhaps? Perhaps, perhaps. Yes, this is you. So if I add you to the stage, then you should show up on the screen. I just don't know how to hear you without a monitor thing. Give it a try. Say something. Say something to the people.
You hear me? I'm here.
Yes, you're actually coming through my computer. I did not expect that.
Okay.
Okay.
That's good.
But yeah, you're on the stream,
I don't
bro.
have my beautiful.
Thank you for even though that's not what you were necessarily meaning to do. Thank you for pretty much showing me how to actually do that. I don't know how to do it
problem.
in the restream, but I can look it up.
You got to learn sometime. I figured, why not now?
That's right. It's a good thing to try, and eventually, to promote, you know what, we're gonna. One of us has to figure out how to do this, if not both.
And I figured it'd be you sooner rather than me, because I'm like, yeah, I can't do nothing.
Well, not necessarily, because remember, the thing of it that you have is you already have an in with. Oh, geez. Oh no, I didn't. No, I didn't. That's supposed to be the underside of her little vampirella thing. But yeah, like you already like. There's some of the comic skaters. They're already very much accustomed to you, so you're sort of the word in there.
Seriously,
now you may actually be able to talk with Marilyn.
if I did a book, I could probably get on Ethan's show. If it was any good, I could get it
That's why
on
we
there.
have to do a nice patriotic book.
Oh,
Wouldn't it be
definitely.
fun if we could do a crossover cover where they would let me draw Cyberfrog and the godlike guy? That would be cool.
Oh,
Don't know if they would let us
yep,
write a story, but I mean things like Cool Story Bro exist, so you know.
yeah, yeah, that would be cool.
Am I still coming over okay even after we did this?
Oh yeah, I just took it off my TV. It would just cause too much cross talk, and it's kind of distracting for me. So you're on my phone. I just can't. I'm not
No,
seeing your
no, I was just
two.
asking for me because I forgot that one, you might have that on, and two, like once another voice joins the stream, I didn't know if my internet could handle the strain, but it looks like it is so far.
Yeah, it's
Because you
doing
like
pretty
I
good.
can hear you. You're coming across as clear. You're coming across as clear as if Instagram.
Oh, that's good.
And I
Uh,
want to try to plug in my headset so I could hear you more clearly, but I'm afraid that would completely destroy the setup. I don't want to.
yeah,
I don't want to try that just yet.
yeah,
Maybe next time.
yep. And your sound has gotten better. Whatever you did, it's working good.
It's called not OBS. I think I think OBS doesn't. I think OBS doesn't like my system. But no, that's why I said let me try it with Streamyard to see if that would do it. And OBS is not a bad program. It's beyond what a lot of the stuff that's out there. But the problem is I don't know how to use it properly yet. A lot of other people do.
Yeah, I it's like I was saying earlier in the
Did you
chat. I
just kick
was
yourself like you were Cecil or something?
no, did I?
Yeah,
Your
you
screen kind of went
bounced out, and then because it said disconnected for like 3 seconds, and then you popped back on. I'm like, I bet he pulled a Cecil. I don't
Oh
see
no,
how you would on your phone.
I'm not even touching the
That's
screen.
what I'm saying. Like on the phone that you have, I don't see how that could work.
Yeah, that was you.
No, no, I promise you, I didn't do anything because my cursor is up here with
You did
the
the same thing
drawing.
for me.
Oh, you can't see it.
You did the same thing for me. I can't see it. Even if I turn my phone landscape mode,
Say again.
it's still too small. It's still too small for me to see. I
I
can
couldn't have
because
kicked you out because my cursor is like right now. My cursor is in Streamyard, but when that
yeah.
happened, my cursor was in Photoshop up here, where well you can't actually see it, but you know what I mean.
So maybe it's putting too much on your computer
All right,
to
I'm
have
going
Photoshop
to take this off and let me see if we can't keep
and
some of this color going.
but I was saying earlier
Well, that's
in
why
the
everything.
chat, I
Well,
was
here, let me
saying
show you my
that
taskbar. Go ahead.
oh, I can't even see it. Oh, I was saying earlier in the chat that the whole idea with
See
the blue
what?
skin and the red hair that comes from Buzz Lightyear of Star Command. Princess Mira, her color scheme is blue skin, that same color, and then red hair,
Oh, that's where you saw it. Yeah, no, that's very old. Like
and the
that's
green
like
eyes.
I've seen that combination even going back to the first time I saw blue and gold, right, and with
Hmm.
green eyes, because it was in children's tales back then when they were trying to make alien characters. That's when I ran into that stuff.
Yeah, and she was an alien, and
But
she has
I never saw most of Buzz Lightyear of Star Command to be perfectly honest with you,
it's a great
because
show.
that
It
like
was
by then I
so
wasn't sure. Like later on, I think probably within the last few years, I I I don't know if I watched reviews of it or what the heck it was, but the way they put it, it was much more what's the word, favorable to the show, and like you should probably give this a chance. So I'm thinking about it, but I have to track it down first. I don't have it yet.
Buzz Lightyear. I don't know how you're supposed to get it. It should be on Disney Plus, but it's not. And I don't know why it's not on Disney Plus. It doesn't make
Don't
any
even
sense
get me
why it's not.
started.
Nothing they do
You
makes any
know
sense.
why? Oh, come now.
No, I can't imagine why they wouldn't put Buzz
Ever.
Lightyear of Star
Why
Command
would
on
it?
Disney Plus. It doesn't make any sense why they wouldn't. I still
Okay,
they
but
have
let me put it
they
to
have
you this way.
records.
Let me put it to you this way. What did they do with Buzz Lightyear recently?
Okay, maybe that would make sense, but Toy Story is still on there.
I'm not saying it makes sense. I'm just saying it's the cursory reason for them to be doing that. Because that is a completely different message of Buzz Lightyear. Even to the point where the voice actor in there is trying to sound like Tim Allen. You know what I mean? They're not. It's not his, whatever his own voice. It's somebody spoofing Tim Allen in a way, in a manner of speaking. Come again?
Well, Patrick Warburton is Patrick Warburton. He's not trying to sound like Buzz Lightyear. Like Tim Allen. He's just being Patrick Warburton whenever he does his voice.
No, they did ask him to tune it over a bit more to Tim Allen. I like him too, and I to be honest with you, I prefer his voice work, but I like his live action work, and I really liked it when he was the Tick. I still will have belly laughs watching that
pretty good as
show.
the Tick.
It's good stuff.
It's pretty good as the Tick, and they were trying to be funny on that.
Something.
They were trying to be funny on that other Tick
he
show.
Was. I love that show.
On the
they didn't have as many laughs on the Amazon Tick show.
Yeah, the Amazon show was
but
great.
Patrick Warburton actually is an EP, believe it or not. He's an executive producer for that Tick show.
Yeah.
So he's still involved. He just didn't don the costume.
And Amazon is stupid for not doing more. The people on that show set up Breadmaster.
Did I hear right that show actually got 2 seasons? Because I only ever saw 6 episodes, and then I'm like, well, where's the rest of it?
Yes. It did get 2 seasons. You can watch all 2 seasons now. Sometimes
I need to go watch the other 6 episodes then. Shoot.
Sometimes they even promote it, and it made me mad because they set up Breadmaster, Grumpy. They set him up. He was going to be in the next season.
They did. Oh, you're saying in season 2. Well.
You set up Breadmaster, and then
that would have been cooler.
And then I was talking to people in the chat. I don't know if I even mentioned it on I was talking to like Starry-Eyed Girl and Pepsi One.
I like her. She's very nice.
Yeah. I like those girls. They're good. And Bionic Belly Button. What happened to her? Where'd she go?
Yeah, Bionic Belly Button is absolutely good people. She's pretty great.
I was talking to
her on Twitter.
Channel about that one time, and I mentioned the fact that then they go, "We didn't notice that. Who? When did they do that?" Well, yeah, everybody was always saying the croissants were the best, and the thing, and the guy didn't work there anymore.
They really were.
They that's them setting up Breadmaster.
Yes. Okay, I see what you mean now if they're doing that. But yeah. And don't tell me any more about second season. I still got to watch it.
No. That's just something they've been doing the whole time. But, yes. Whenever they talk about whenever they go to the clubhouse, they've been doing that. These croissants are great.
I should like to go watch that, but I'll have to see if my Amazon is still on so I can do that. Because I did enjoy that show. Hell, Gary likes that show.
And everyone likes the Tick no matter what they do with him. That's what Gary was saying. That Gary said, just like the Ninja Turtles,
it's a good show.
Every version of the Ninja Turtles people are okay with. And it's not like Ninja Turtles aren't like any other.
Yes, the correct word there is definitely definitely most, because it definitely is not all.
Well, yeah,
Not all.
but I'm saying from like
That
the 80s.
that latter Nickelodeon stuff and that Mutant Mayhem thing, it's like no.
I don't
That's
like it,
not gonna
but
work.
I don't like it, but it's okay.
No, it's terrible. It's not the Turtles. No,
It's
it's not even
okay.
okay. It's just
I'm talking about the
it's not
Nickelodeon one.
Mutant Mayhem is not the Turtles at all.
The
I don't
CGI
like it.
Ninja
It's too much Seth Rogen nonsense.
Turtles. No, not the Seth
No, that's what I'm
Rogen
saying.
one.
It's
That
not even
was
okay because it's all this Seth
no.
Rogen crap in there. I hate his humor because it's stupid. It's definitely not appropriate for the whole family, and I just
2012
want
Ninja
nothing to do
Turtles.
with it.
I'm talking about
Say again.
2012 Ninja Turtles. 2012 Ninja Turtles, the one
What,
with Jason
Rise of the
Biggs.
TMNT?
No. The one directly after 2003. The one that was on Nickelodeon from
You're talking about
2012.
the one when Nickelodeon officially took it over because they did a series there. I don't think I ever
Yes,
saw that because that came out
it's
in 2011 or 12. Because
okay.
by
They
then the
made
Michael
Casey
Bay movies, I think one of them had
Jones.
happened.
They made April O'Neil and Casey Jones children, but other than that, it's okay. The Ninja
They
Turtles and
did? Oh my gosh.
yes, it's Nickelodeon. They have
Oh,
to
no,
do that.
thank you. No,
But
they don't.
everything else about
Kids
it,
get just as much fun from adult characters staying adults.
yeah,
Because if
kids
I
don't care.
remember, both Razor Fist and Tom Connors, they're on that. The 2012 one actually was. It was a bit better than okay because of some of the stuff because of the ways that they were covering some of the old turtle stuff. But so far, for me, I like the 2003 and the 1987
Yes,
ones, and of course the
definitely.
movies.
Yeah,
For a
2003.
long time, I was like, the second one, the third one. But for
Love the second
one,
one. The second
if
favorite.
when you look at it after an adult, the third movie is better than the second one. The first movie is better than both forever because it's almost a shot for shot freaking adaptation of the comics, which is great.
Yeah,
Even though when the
which is
first
what they
one
did.
it was enough because you
Did,
get the
uh,
origin
the
proper.
2003
But
animated series.
um,
They
what's that?
the first few episodes when they destroy April O'Neil's house, when they destroy her shop, and they do that whole storyline in the 2003 Ninja Turtles show. That that whole thing is dang near shot for shot from the comics as well, and it's the
Well,
right characters.
the 2003. Well, Laird was actually there on that, and he does all the more street stuff, and so that's what he wanted. He wanted to have that show. That's why, like at the end of that show, I think is when they did that Turtles Forever thing, where they
Yeah,
literally have all of
is
the
the
best iterations of the turtles meet. They
year
don't have
2000.
the Power Ranger version of it, but they
I
do
don't.
have the other ones dropped by, which was nice.
On that right. The Power Ranger one, I probably could have watched it, but it was just a little too foreign.
Foreign is
Like
not the
it just
word because you wouldn't have a problem with turtles being foreign. The problem is that show tried to bring a girl in the not worst way possible, but it still didn't work. Like,
pretty
what do you mean
awful.
a girl turtle? No, no,
It's
no,
pretty
no,
awful.
no, 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 no.
You don't need the Adam and Eve of turtles to happen.
No, no, it's not that. They didn't do it that way. They didn't do it that way. So there's no. I mean, obviously, you and I as adults, we know that. Like, okay, so you're saying there's a whole race of these things now. The whole point was
Yeah,
mutagen. Mutagen made this happen. Blah 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 blah. So I don't
yeah.
know which way he was trying to go there, but
I think the 2012 Ninja Turtle show had a good character in there that was female but wasn't a turtle. She was like a salamander, and she was from an alien race, and she was
you see, that's normal.
Raphael's girlfriend.
Is that where that comes from? I have seen that.
Love
I didn't know that's
love
where that
interest.
had put in. It seemed like shots or whatever.
Renette was Michelangelo's love interest, and she always was.
Oh, who?
The Time Girl, the girl with the time scepter, from the 2003 Ninja Turtles. That's where she first showed up.
Well, that was basic. That was basically the neutrino chick.
Yeah,
That's
pretty
what she
much.
was. She was the neutrino chick from '87.
Neutrinos
Well,
anymore.
yeah, I'll agree to that. Honestly, the turtles don't need romance. I don't need any of them having love interest.
Mind them
It's
having a
just,
romance?
it's
Don't
already
mind
full
it at
enough.
all.
We don't need to complicate things that
Because it's
much.
always it's thought that I have, like, what happens to them? They just live forever, or do they get old and die because they can't reproduce?
No, they die. They age out and die. They're made out of radiation. They don't have superpowers. They just grew humans. They're going to have human lifespans. There's actually an RPG. One day maybe I'll get to show it to you. Well, I think I sent it to you, but it's in the megas. It's the
Yeah, I
TMNT
got
RPG. If you really are interested in that, Palladium wrote up those rules, so you can make up your own mutant that comes from whatever mutagen or what have you. But
okay.
yeah,
That's
you can
cool.
definitely do that.
That's cool.
It's in the
I
mega. Once we figure that out, I'll send it to you again because I know I
I
have
still
those digitally.
I
So
have the
I mean,
access key.
it's probably like a 90-page book, and it's most of the book itself is just story and rules for how to do the game, like how to make your character or whatever.
I have the access key,
So you can do that. That should be fine.
and if we need to access that again, I have the access key, so I could give it to you. Because remember when
Yeah,
you
but
made
the
me
point
write
is
it
for
down?
you to be able to get it so you can download it to your phone.
I don't really no, because the thing is that I don't really know how to access. I don't know how do I put it in there. It was if you accessed it,
Well, it's
then
basically that you would have to download the mega. I mean, I know you can't do it on this phone. You have to wait till you get another one, but
no, I already have it on
you
my
have
phone.
to.
I have Mega on
Oh,
my
you
phone
do?
right now. Yes.
Well, then can you get back into your old account?
I can only
Because
get
that's
into the
where I
account that
sent you all that stuff.
I only have the account that I have the key for.
Well,
So that's probably the Ancient America one.
try to see if you can get into that particular account and tell me if you find any of that stuff there. Because if you can get any of them, then I can send the stuff to you.
Yeah.
That's not an issue.
Relatively certain it's still open and I can just click on it and do it. I just didn't know because when I did, nothing happened. The last time I did it, nothing happened. You didn't even know I was on there, and it said you were available to send a message to.
I may not even been on because I do try to like keep it just in case, but it doesn't always notify you. I don't know quite how it works. It's a little weird.
It is weird. That whole setup is weird.
Okay.
But I was sitting there thinking about earlier today. I was watching my nephew. I was watching him play with a survival blanket. You know, one of those silver crinkly things.
Should be
He was
interesting.
he was playing with it, and then I thought of an idea of a for a character where a little kid has this alien device, and it looks like a crinkly silver blanket thing, and it does all kinds of stuff, and it has an AI inside of it, and it talks to him, and it's a companion, and they be superheroes together.
How old is this
Like
kid?
well, Asher's 5, but the
Okay, so
kid
you're
that he
you're talking about a Starlight Cat sort of situation, but a bit more Disney Junior. 'Cause they won't let you get away with that one. Let me just guarantee you
No,
that right now.
it could be
Not
older.
these woke wankers.
He could be older, but the whole concept of the blanket being a
Huh.
companion, like a space based, technologically based magic carpet that does all kinds of things, and he's like a pint sized Silver Surfer, pretty much.
But that's all kinds of things happen. Are we talking this is nanites or magic or what? What do you mean does all kinds of things?
It's technology based. It's of alien origin. It doesn't necessarily have a name or a meaning or even a
So
word that,
nanites.
yeah, pretty much. But it's not, because it's a
Nanites.
artificial intelligent colony of artificial intelligent micro-sized beings. They're not nanites. They are micro-sized uh, artificial intelligences with all uh, different expertise that they handle. So whenever one of them is in
You're
control,
saying
it,
so you're saying the carpet is a race of creatures.
uh
So you're
kind
saying
of,
the
yeah,
carpet is a race of
but more
creatures that are very small, the size of nanites?
not creatures, not
Because
creatures.
if it's an
Artificial
AI,
intelligence.
it's still basically going to be a nanite. Because you're talking about an artificial
Yes.
intelligence that's the size of a nanite
Yeah.
that can think for itself and do
Yes.
stuff. That is a nanite,
Yeah.
essentially.
But their individual intelligence is like this, like a colony of Commander Datas.
Dude, that's the most overpowered thing I've ever heard of. How are you going to write adventures with that?
And check this out. And
Can't get away with that.
he's like 13, maybe 14 years old, and he has access to this. Because it's kind of like that movie Star Kid.
Well, well, at that point, you're really just talking more about something that's along the lines of Flight of the Navigator, but you want to give
Yeah.
the kids more access to what the thing can do, and
Mm-hmm.
that is not a good recipe.
And because the thing like
No, no, no.
kind of goes like a magic carpet, it can change its shape and be different kinds of modes of transport or whatever that he needs it to be. And it'll turn into like a bubble from the movie.
Well, then
What's
what's
that
the
movie?
point of
It's
showing it as a magic carpet?
well, well, it can be like a magic
That's what I'm
carpet if
saying.
you
What's the
want,
point of showing it as a magic carpet if that's not its if it's something that's basically shape changing, whatever, then nobody will care
because
that
it's
it can be
the
a
flat
carpet
square.
because if it can do all this stuff, it doesn't matter.
Because it starts out as the flat square because it's on top of the thing. The well, like the survival blanket, because it's the nutrient, it's the substrate that holds it together. It also uses it to alter and everything else. They need something to hold on to. It's like a host for them, and it
A
starts
host.
off as
What
that
is a
square.
host?
A host,
Hold on,
like
you lost
something
me.
for, like nanites. It's they're on the square. They're on the blanket, the thing that is the square, the metal thing that they're laying on, that
Well,
they're
no,
attached to.
they wouldn't be on the blanket. They would literally be the blanket. It just looks like a blanket at the scale of a kid, but not to them, because to them they're just all united to make that
Yeah.
shape.
I was thinking that maybe instead of the nanites infesting the human, they're infested into this object that they use to sustain themselves.
If they use it to sustain themselves, then they consume it.
Yes, but they also
So
replace
that
what they
really
also
wouldn't work.
consume.
They can't do that.
Yes, they can.
Once they consume whatever's there, it's gone. Now they can through, because at that point, whatever they do is happening at the molecular level. They can maybe make copies of it, but they'll never have that whatever that thing was that's there. Once they eat it, they ate it. They processed it into fuel and they turned it into other parts. But it'll
But they
never be that
replace
same thing again. Like, it can be a copy.
they consume because it
It could be like a
powers
copy.
that
That's
function,
fine.
powers the function that's a part of them to replace what they consume because they're machines, they're not people.
Well, they can replace parts, but they would literally be little tiny 3D printers. They would not be able to replicate the
Well, yeah,
exact thing that was there, but something that
well,
looks like it,
they
sure.
would eventually replace every square inch of the thing, and then it would be something completely. It would be a whole new thing. It's the same. It's the ship
It wouldn't be a new
conundrum.
thing. It would just be a nanite construct. Come on, you saw that in Stargate. You remember the little spider walker things, and they would change color based on the different things that they would consume. Remember, the only way that they could beat the ones that made it to Earth is because they use crappy metal,
Yeah, but
particularly crappy metal, I might add.
yeah, but these things can go
That's
and
why they looked
they
all
can get
brown and
they
they
can
were
get
all
metal. They can
oxidized.
make it. They can go and they probably could make another kind of metal too. And they could make an alloy or whatever if they wanted to,
Yes,
or if they
that's what the ones in Stargate did, but they couldn't make something that was stronger than what was available. Like, you can't fall to Earth from the stuff that you had. That metal gets used up because you got blown up or whatever. So you have to replace it with the things that are around, and the things that are around, you can't refuse them to make something better than what's there.
you
So
can
that part
if you
wouldn't work
know.
for them.
Okay, but you can if you have control over the molecules of things. The same way in which if you know what the molecular pattern of things are and you're manipulating things on a molecular level, you can just move the molecules in the way that you want them to be. That's the whole point behind a replicator in Star Trek.
Yeah, but now you're talking about a villain, because that, as a superpower for anybody that's a hero, would get boring very quickly.
I
Because
guess.
that's like all powerful stuff. That's like,
Just
whatever, okay, we're done.
need an
So I
explanation.
don't know how well that would work for you.
Doesn't need an explanation. It's in the realm of you're going to the point to where, just like they said, if something is sufficiently advanced, then it seems like magic, and that's the way it's supposed to feel.
Yes, but that doesn't change the fact that this is the kind of thing you would not see on a hero protagonist. This is not what they would try to find. I mean, through writing, of course, you'd have to discover a way to move it toward that, but I don't know.
And
I
you
don't
could
know
just
about
even
that.
have a throwaway line.
Trust me,
You have a
I
throwaway line.
have
You
I
go,
have a
"Rep
I have an
Star Trek."
idea that, at least at its core, is very similar to what you're talking about.
So let's
And
say this kid is watching an
even though
episode of
that's kind of like there's this, because
where look,
basically I have this one kid, and he's about, I think he's about 15 when this thing happens to him.
how was the kid in Star
But
Kid?
basically,
How was that kid?
he has a horrific day, and then in order it, and I think I'd be putting this at the end of the book. That'll be like the last page. He completes a circuit, and then you're left
Yeah.
wondering if he's alive or dead. So,
Uh-huh.
because of course, if you do that, you should die. But he's not going to die. He's going to gain properties of this thing. And what's going to be there to keep him from doing it is a nanite that falls off of someone else, which is another character that I have that starts out before he does.
Hmm.
But it's been very difficult trying to thread that line, because I don't want him to just start out be able to just do all this crap, because you got to build up. That's not a place that you need problem solving. That's a place where you need your hero to be to be shown in a way that's like vulnerable, for people can see him sort of making mistakes, trying to figure out what his powers are or whatever.
The whole reason
So
why
yeah,
the
that's what I'm
nanic
saying.
colonies
Like
are
what like I'm not against what you're trying to do, because I'm trying to do something very similar at its core. And
yeah,
it's not
because
quite the same, like not quite the same way.
yeah, nanic
But you have
colonies
to be careful of how you handle it, because look, kids
yeah,
can
the
smell
nanic
overpowered from a mile away. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, the nanic
And
colony
they
is
want
incredible, and they're basically adults, so they wouldn't allow the child to do anything, you know, evil with whatever it is that they have, whatever abilities they have. You know, the
like, if these are supposed to be whatever beings, then are you talking about a show where you're having these beings show this human child how to be good, and you'd have to
yes,
explain to the audience
exactly.
why is this child, I guess, chosen for this? Why did they land here to, or
Yo,
was
why
it
they
an
pick him?
accident, or like
Oh,
what? Like you have to come up with that. You have to answer
he's
those questions.
sort of scenario. It's like a Billy Batson sort of scenario. He's like nice to little animals, and he picked up a kitten and kept it safe, and you know, he helped people. He gave like food to other kids that were alone on the street. All the little kids that he was hanging out with,
Okay.
and made
All
sure,
right. Well, see,
you know,
now you're talking a little bit better, but now you're talking better because now you have something to build that on. That's one thing I don't really have, because I'm trying to go straight up from this happened to that he woke up this way when he should have been dead, and that's kind of
yeah.
where I am with the story. But if you're talking about a chosen scenario that's more like Captain Marvel, yes, I still call him that because that's what he actually is. If you find him in his original state in Fawcett Comics, and even most of the time that he was in DC, he
Yeah.
was Captain Marvel. It was the Marvel family,
I think
so
calling
on
him
and so
Shazam
forth.
is changing the normies.
Shazam is
Calling
not
him
the name
Shazam.
of anyone. It is the word of power. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you remember this, but they even describe it that way in DC Universe. They just have the
Yeah,
power as word of power. It's one of the things that you can first choose. Like, if you want laser vision from Superman, or you want the word of power from Captain Marvel, or you want the word of power
nice.
from the other guy. I can't remember the freaking other guy. Or do you
Yeah,
want the lasso of truth, or whatever, stuff like that that you can choose there. Oh my god,
I like.
I didn't realize this was so dirty here. Ooh, it
I
is
like.
working now I can change it.
I like that. I like that. The and you know, like Silver Surfer, he always shouts to his board, "To me, my board." It could be like something like that. Could be a thing. And I'm not like
Well, you know what
completely
to
against
do.
it.
And, and since you are literally recording it on the stream,
Yeah.
you can always go back and look. You just got to remember the timestamp, which I have no freaking idea what it is. Wait, I can tell you. We started. It's 7 hours 5 minutes now, and I think we started talking about this about 10 minutes ago. So get close to the end of 6 hours, and that's when you sort of start to do it.
Yeah, and
But yeah, if you
if a
want to
bunch
do
of
that,
people
well, we could talk this stuff, and that way you can sort of have your ideas recorded somewhere. That's fine too. You just got to be careful.
should
I
someday
mean,
want to even make, they
nobody else is
got
really watching
to
this, so I don't think you'll have to worry very much if you just say it on a stream that I'm doing, because
yeah.
I'm at the infancy. I'm not at a thing. I'm not really. Remember, I'm
Yeah.
really just doing this channel just so I can share my drawings, and then hopefully, Lord willing, promote a book later. So this isn't a thing that people
Oh
are
yeah.
paying attention to. And hey, by the time, Lord willing, we get there, nobody's going to be looking at these streams. I'm not going to take them
Yeah.
down.
Yep. Well,
So
somebody might though, because people are
so
always
yeah,
trying to steal
this
these
this seems
ideas.
to be a this seems to be a part part way a solution for at least one of those problems. If you say it on
Yeah.
this, then you don't have to worry about trying to find it. What you will have to do is keep a record
Oh, I'm gonna write it down too. I'm
of
gonna
it.
get it written down. I'll get it written down tomorrow. I'll
For
do
Kid with Magic so Flight of the Navigator on this stream at this time span.
it.
You just got to put the name of the
Yep.
stream and the timestamp, and then I think you'll be good. I did something wrong here.
I couldn't even tell you what anything.
What is
Uh, Asher had the blanket. He
okay?
wrapped it
All
around
right,
his
that
arm,
works.
pretending he wrapped the blanket around his arm and
Well, you
pretend it
could
was a
really start
weapon.
it out where it's you can start it out like it's literally a blankie. Maybe they pick him from when he's tiny because they can sort of see visions about him or something. So
Yeah,
that by the
they could
time
probably
he's ready, they've
pigs
already been throughout enough of his bodies where it'll be easy to explain
advanced,
to him
intelligent.
what he must do.
Yeah. So they're since they're highly advanced, intelligent machines. What they're doing is they're doing a predictive algorithm that says if they have this kid do these certain things, then this will be the outcome, and it will be okay for him, and he'll be capable of helping people. If they use their abilities to help him, then they'll be able
So,
to.
so eventually he'll be able to help beings across his whole galaxy, not just on his home
Exactly,
planet, perhaps.
exactly, and because it's like a
Hmm.
silver blanket. Like, where did we get this from? This is strange. His parents, they give it to him anyway. And then the blankie he's in the crib and he's playing with the blankie, and the blankie's always with him. And they never lose it. They don't know how they ever kept it, but they keep it.
Yes, and
And
from the moment he has it, it starts to graft itself to him by spreading nanites all over his tiny little still growing brain.
well, I wouldn't have it infest him or
Listen, I
anything.
need to use that for control and stuff.
Blanket itself, they're supposed to be on the blanket. It's like an
Well,
object.
I'm just jokingly using that word, but in order for them to communicate, they're gonna have to plug in.
Well, they can communicate with him through directed sound, because there's a way to direct sound towards somebody, individuals, and you can beam sound towards people, and the parents would never hear
From inside his own body, that might hurt a
no,
lot.
no, from the
I don't,
blanket,
I don't know if I recommend that.
from the blanket.
I don't know if I would recommend that. Well, see, let me explain it to you this way. That would be essentially, no matter how fine a control, it's like firing a sonic cannon at Venom from
Oh
inside
no,
his own
no,
body.
oh no, no,
That
no.
could be
This is
troublesome.
this is audible sound directed in a column at him from the blanket, not from inside of him or anything. That's
Oh, you're saying speakers from the blanket. It's just the way that you made it sound, since they were going to be his body, that they would basically be trying to tell him from in there what's going on.
no. They never go inside of him. That's like a break. That's like so. It, these alien nanite machine beings that infesting a living body is like sacrilege to them. They could never do that. But they do break the
Hmm.
rule. They
Interesting.
do break the rule. Look, they do break the rule when he gets hurt and they can't stand to see him in pain. He gets hurt and they break the rule because they care for him, because they've been around him
It's
for
not
so
just that
long.
they can't stand it; is that they know what he needs to do in the future. So, in order to achieve that,
Yes.
they would not be able to find another way. And
But
so,
them
their
break
breaking that
rules,
rule, I have to imagine, has to bring them
leaps.
trouble from like some sort of an authority.
Yeah. But
So
them
some
breaking
kind of
the
an
rule
authority has to come in and be like,
yes,
"You guys broke this rule. You're not allowed to do this anymore." So it'll be, an outside threat,
like
so to speak.
kind of like an
Oh, it's
opposite
too big.
version of
That's
Kazoo and the Flintstones, where Kazoo was sent to the Flintstones as a punishment, but these things are sent to him as like a kind of like a reward. It's something they're supposed to be doing, and they can't when they break the rule and go inside of him to fix whatever's wrong with him, then they run afoul of their authority, and then they have to have
right.
conflict with the authority
Somebody they
from
gotta
their
they gotta pay a price when you break the rule. That's how it goes. Look at Rumble. Look at Alex Jones.
yeah.
That's a part of the story. You don't have to like be obvious about it, but like have them break the rule to heal them a couple of times, and then some other time
They get
during the middle
chastised.
of another story, they show up, and it's a
They
callback
go
to that, and it's like, okay, the piper is the
yeah.
payment is due.
The payment is that they are cut off from their people for a while, and that's kind of like really really bad for them. It's like it's painful. It's not good.
Well, I don't know.
It's not
You'd have to come up with what that is, because well, this is your idea, and I have no idea what means enough of something to them that whatever this authority would be that they could take away from them, that would be,
well. The authority
that
gets
sort of
access
sadistic and
to
painful, because it's like
society.
you broke the rules of our society. It's like
Chance.
you know what it would be like? It would be like Q going too far to help Picard.
Oh yeah, and
So
but
that's
also
the
because
way I think you
because
should
they're
kind of think of it.
yeah, but because they're artificial and they're like not artificial intelligence, but they're like they're like living. They're like Transformers because they're like
Well, just
Transformers are
call them
living.
alive, man. You don't. It doesn't have to be all the stuff that we don't know with all of these fancy words. You just like this is a race of people. They're just more
Yes,
machine-like than what you'd
yes,
probably expect. That's all.
yeah, and they're
So they
but
don't
by
have to be AI, although that is kind of like I understand what you use that because that would be probably the closest classification to that a human could make.
so they're connected like the internet, right? So to their people in some way, where they have a connection to them, and taking that connection away is like
Yeah,
taking your
like
connection
Odo's
from
people.
it, huh?
Yeah, it's like Odo's people.
Yeah,
You stay too far away from the joining or the great whatever, and you
yeah,
become more like Odo, which is
yeah,
free and
and
independent.
they they only have each other to talk to. They only have each other to talk to. They only have each other to commune with, and that communion, we can call it the communion because it's like community, and taking it from the larger communion with their fellow beings is painful to them, and they don't like it, and they don't like being away from them, but they lean on each other and they learn from humanity.
You could also use that. Yeah, but you can also actually use that to bring in other conflict, like amongst them themselves, because when people are like off, then they're gonna, you know,
Yeah,
that that could
and
be
think about
a Fantastic Four moment where they start sniping at each
how
other
you
like Johnny and Ben do.
and I was thinking about how you feel like when you don't have access to the internet and how weird it feels. It feels weird when it first happens that you don't have access, because you're used to doing that thing. You're
It
used to
doesn't feel
doing
weird
that.
to me.
Well, no, I'm saying you're used to doing that thing that is access to the internet, or when you don't have electricity, when you flip on a switch and it
Yeah,
don't
but
feel
hold
right.
on. You may you be explaining that wrong. But if what you're saying, like, it can't be something that trivial. Because if it's just like, oh, this is just annoying because I'm used to doing this, so I'm used to being able to
It's
talk to
not.
my
It's,
people.
it's not a
So I
trivial
really
thing.
don't
It's not
like that
trivial.
you're taking the access away. No, it has to it has to be, stakes.
I'm just
Like if
saying
you
it's
don't
like
do
that.
this, this is gonna happen.
The only feeling we have that's close to this feeling that I'm trying to make you trying to trying to explain is
Convey.
that. So it's like that, but it's more intense and more meaningful.
Where would you put that? Well, it would be basically like, yeah, bees not having access to the hive.
Well, yeah, but
Or
we
somebody
don't.
named not being able to get information from it, if that's the
With
deal.
I don't know any other human equivalents where you feel that, where you feel disconnected. I don't know how to explain. Disconnected is how it is, and disconnected. I don't think humans aren't connected in that way. And being disconnected, I don't know what
No,
that
we're not.
feels like, other than removing
To be
things
able to
like
explain it. No, I get that. I get that.
or
I
or
get that.
access to the internet, because you don't know what to do with yourself for those few moments when before you just say, okay, I'm gonna grab a book and read it, because you don't know what to do with yourself. You had a thing you did, and now you can't do it.
Yeah,
And
to be perfectly honest with you, if that is the reaction, then that's kind of a problem. But I understand what you're trying to get at.
and
Because you can't
yeah,
be so accustomed to this thing where like you're
moment
literally,
when
because like what you're describing is the behavior of an addict. Like you're gonna tweak a little if you can't get online. Like, oh my gosh, no,
well,
no,
it's a moment. It's not a little.
that's no
It's
good.
so minor and so trivial. It's just a minor thing. You have to find a thing to replace that thing that you did. And it's not like drugs, because drugs are painful, and when you take them away, there's a physical
Yeah,
need
but
for
what
it.
I'm explaining to you is that what I'm trying to explain to you is that it can't be so trivial because if it's
Yes, it's
something
not.
that it's just momentary
It's
and
not
they just pick it up and go read a book, then
to their
that's
people when
very
they're them.
not stakes. It's not even low stakes. It's not stakes.
It's a
You gotta
natural
have high
sort of.
stakes.
This is
I
high
mean, okay,
stakes.
okay, they don't have to be high because look, ISOM worked, and he did it basically having like not high stakes like world domination or world destruction
This
thing.
is high
It
stakes,
was
like
just
high
more of a
moral
block by block sort of thing. That's kind of how he's
high
doing that.
stakes, not high stakes like high stakes like danger. It's a high moral stake. It's like they're being excommunicated. They're being removed from their from what they know and their community and their culture and everything that makes them what they are. And because they chose to break
Then
their
what you would
one
have
of
to
their.
do is do an incredibly good job of conveying that. Like, but
Yes,
before that happens, then you have to show them truly reveling in that and enjoying that before it's taken
yes,
away. And you can't make it look, don't make it
exactly.
look like, don't telegraph it
All of
like, oh,
to me,
this is
to
the
me,
thing that
I
you
would
see
have
them doing the
it,
most. So clearly, this is the thing I'm going to take away. Like, don't do it that way either. That's no good.
and the only thing I could think of, it just came to me right now, where I would have the bulk of them, and they can speak, they can communicate with the kid who they're talking to, and he asked them, "What are you guys doing when you look that way? What are you guys doing as a?" Because he can see them and what they're doing sometimes, because the blanket sometimes changes shape, or it'll change shape, or it'll look different. It'll flash, it'll pulse, and it'll pulse, and like the beehive when it moves. That's what it'll do. Or like a cuttlefish when it fluoresces and does all the color changing shape thingies that they do. And he goes, "What are you doing when you do that? What is that? You guys do that often." Well, and the blanket tells him, the colony tells him, the only thing we can equate it with for you is prayer or meditation. And
Probably prayer would be closer, but that's not a bad way to go.
and that's how they and then when they're cut off from it, they don't have any way to deal with it. And then they end up talking with each other, and being around one another and the child that they've been taking care of, and they start communicating with one another as humans do, and it kind of They do things with one. They hang out and they the emotional connection with the human and with each other, because there's a lot of them on the blanket. There's thousands of them, and they're communal when they're connected, but they have to communicate with one another individually, and that becomes a thing. And they start to really truly form a culture like humans do. And they realize that there's value in that too.
Okay, well,
They realize there's
so
value
between
in
about
it. Like
6:50 and 7:21, you can always go back on this stream to check those notes.
like watching a movie and not doing everything on your own, and watching a movie, and they can communicate with one another. They can have fun. They can have friends. And on that, for lack of a better word, blanket, they live the life of a being, a living, breathing being, and they help the boy do things and go on adventures and stuff, but they also live the life of a living, breathing being. It's kind of like mixing two different, or maybe even three, because it's kind of like Star Kid meets that world in a bucket sort of storyline, where from the Simpsons did it, and Lisa created that world with Bart's tooth and that treehouse of
Oh yeah, man, I haven't seen that in so long.
yeah, that was a good one. I like that. And I
It's been
and
a
then
long, long time since I've seen that.
yeah, but you still remember it though, huh?
That could work. That could work.
So it's kind of like that. And then like they end up making movies and doing all that stuff, and then uh we could find a way then I could find a way to have it where the boy goes in the blanket and meets all of the different people that he's been talking to his whole life.
Yeah, that would have to come much later.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. But I'd get Narwhal to help me. I would ask Narwhal to help, but I'd give the story to Narwhal because he could make it really good.
That he would probably be best equipped to handle it, frankly.
Oh God, he would do it so well. And the esoteric moral sort of thing about it would be right up his alley. It's a soft, nice, adventurous childlike story. He could do it so well. It would just be like he could do it so well. Like if I could get anybody to do the story, if I could tell him the story right now, I would tell it to Narwhal.
He could draw it. He could make it
He
work.
could write it. He could write it. He could have it. I would give it to him. Just like tell people it was a story I came up with for you.
They just give you credit is all.
Yep. That's all I want. That's all I would like is credit for the story. That's it. But but if I can't get him to do it, then I guess I got to do it myself.
Yeah, you'd have to at least write it.
I can't
For
even come up
sure.
with for the first time ever. I can't even come up with a name for the story. I got no name for it, and usually that comes first for me. The name will come easy, but it doesn't with this.
I don't know. For me, Sometimes the name shows up first, sometimes the story shows up first. Well, that's not very congruent with the smoke, but screw it, we'll do it.
It's a hard
It's
thing.
a hold.
I'm good with names too. Coming up with names, I'm pretty good with it. But this is just I can't even conceptualize a name for it.
Well, this is tough.
It's a tough name. What would you name it? What would you name that story?
Yeah, this one's a particularly tough one to try to do.
Because I can't think of a
I
name.
don't have the slightest idea, quite frankly.
I can't think of a name. Like the only thing I would want to call it is just like what's another name for silver? Like not silver, but like the color, the shimmer of a silvery substance. Like what's another name for that? Like it like old timey name for silver. Like not the shimmer of silver, like the high polish, or there's got to be another name. That's what I would want to call it, but not silver. Chromium.
Sure.
Because it is chrome. It is chrome. Chromia. Chromia is a good one. Chrome or chromia. But then that's too similar to
Chromia is a female transformer and one of my favorites.
Chromia?
Come on, Photoshop, don't do that. Yes, Chromia is a female transformer and one of my favorite ones. You may not remember.
It sounds familiar.
But look, between Transformers and G.I. Joe, they pretty much took everything. There's no code names left. Dude, Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow, which are like two of the coolest, that's off the market.
Yeah.
Entirely.
Also like the name for whatever the iridescent like it's not iridescent, but it's another name for it. Maybe if there's another name for iridescent, like that rainbow like quality on the rainbow like quality of the silver part of the
I don't know it yet.
The what do you call it? Like the back of a CD or a disc. That rainbow part. That iridescent like quality of a bug's exoskeleton. That thing would probably be good too. Because it's like that would be the color
or the I don't know how to find that.
The color or the shimmer of the silvery blanket, pretty much, that's has these beings on it. Basically, what I would do is because people have a problem. People have a problem with like culture. Culture is a problem more often than not when people don't have common culture. And these things did have a common culture, but they also kind of sort of had a hive mind. And when they have to form a common culture because they're disconnected from the hive mind, then they start to disagree and agree with one another and disagree, and then they have all the same kind of arguments that people would have once they become individuals.
I suppose. Like I said, you can always do research on it based from here at this point of the stream. You'll have to listen out for it.
Yeah, but I think Chromia is a good one though, because it describes the
keeps doing this.
Chromia is a good name for it because it describes it's like one word, and it describes the color of the blanket, and it's kind of innocuous. You don't really know what it's about if I tell you the story is called Chromia. And plus, Narwhal would like that name.
Okay. So I'm gonna have to. Oh, never mind. I just realized where I was screwing this up. All right, hang on. Let's go back. There was one point I have not yet sealed off. That's what it was. At least I think so. There shouldn't be anything else connected to anything black. All right, let's see. All right, there.
Because we don't have a common culture anymore, and the whole thing is these beings would be they would be experiencing a common culture, like individuals experiencing a common culture for the first time, like somebody else
Okay.
making something that you like and you want to we want more of, cultural things, because they adopt human culture because they're around the boy, and they do movies and television and all these other things that
Yeah. So
humans.
obviously they like him. They like
Yeah,
us. Eventually, that's going to start to affect them and their way of
yeah,
life.
yes, because they're disconnected from what they were before, from whatever culture they had before, and you don't really know what that culture is. All we really know is that their culture was about being
Well,
together in a community.
you won't know what it is until the people that come to strike them down from it are. Once you see what they're like, then you'll know what culture they're coming from.
Yeah,
Hmm.
and they are they're not as shiny as they are. But they made different stuff because they're from a different place, but they are shiny, but in a different way. Like the like
These
I
things
think
could be. They could be.
them as shiny like
Oh, well, I
the
forgot.
back of a PlayStation
Taste the
2.
rainbow.
Yes, when remember when PlayStation had that proprietary thing where they had those shiny black CDs for their for their for their PlayStation, and it was shiny and iridescent black, and like these basically these lawgivers
I don't
are
even
like different.
remember. It has
They're
been
shiny.
a while.
I remember that so well, and it's a very strange thing to see a something that is dark and reflective. And these lawgivers who come down to say you broke the law, we're enacting the penance for you, and then they do it, and they're a different color, they're a different shimmer thing altogether, and that's the way I see them. But most of the people in their on their world are that way.
Well, then it looks like you got a thing, but you're gonna have to work on it like a mother trucker to develop it properly.
Oh yeah,
I can tell from here right now that is gonna be a pain in the focus. That story.
that
It shall
story is gonna.
not be easy.
Well, my problem is that I'd have to tell it to somebody in order to get it out of me, because the stories don't come for me unless I tell them.
Yes, yes, but now you don't have to leave it there, you can just go back to the end of my stream, basically.
Yeah, to the end of the stream, all the way to the end, all the way to the end. Man,
Should have been able to come up with this first. Because this way, you'd already have a way to have something you can actually go back to. Is my point.
And I'm an ear to listen to if you ever need to get a story out. Because it just, I don't know why. I don't know why or how, but it happens all the time where just like the creative ideas, they flow. And sometimes I have to not think about them to get them to stop.
Oh, shoot. Too much. Say that again.
Sometimes I have to stop trying to be. I have to stifle the creative urge to get to get it to stop. Where it's like I'm seeing ideas, the stories all over the place, and I have to stop them. I have to not do it because it's like, okay, if I let myself do that, then it's gonna come, and I'm gonna get crazy about it, and I'm gonna start obsessing over the story idea that I can't do nothing about.
Well, now you'll have it archived in voice. You can always go back to it.
Yeah, that's gonna be okay.
Okay, let's see. Good. But of course, it won't let me get away with that. Duh. Oh, I forgot to show you.
This is doing pretty good. It's not
Text
really
division
over.
thing.
My phone's not really
What's that?
overheating at all. This phone isn't really overheating at all.
Is it getting
It's not.
warmer at all?
No, it's not.
Oh, that's
Or at
good
least I'm not
news.
noticing. Might be, but it's not coming through. It might be all internal, but it's not. Doesn't seem to be. It doesn't seem to be overheating at all. Well, that's good.
Well, that's good.
But I heard you probably shouldn't.
Perhaps we can do this game.
Yeah, it's
What's
already
that?
4 in the morning. I think I need to go. It's already 4 in the morning here. I need to go to bed.
It's 4 for you? Oh, shoot, it is. Yeah. Yeah, I think we both
4.
need to get ready to roll. I'm going to hang on a little bit longer, try to finish this thing here. But you
All
go
right.
ahead, get yourself some rest,
Yep.
and be easy, man.
Yep. Good night and God bless.
As we usually say, good night and God bless. And get some rest. Not Shane Davis kind of rest. That's not real rest. All right, folks. Somehow, some magical, but not really magical. Let's get real. Some blessed somehow. This stream has not completely devolved to utterly destroy itself. I don't know what that's due to, but I'm trying to use this thing, the Streamyard thing, which started out so rickety. Like if you roll back to the beginning of the screen, it kept knocking me down and all sorts of stuff. But then maybe past the first hour, suddenly it was starting to hang, which I'm certainly pleasantly surprised with. But we'll have to try it again and see what works. At least in the now. OBS is still there, and I still want to learn that, but right now this Streamyard thing, which was horrible before, seems to actually be working better. So particularly awful. But yeah, let's hang on and try to do a little wee bit more of this. Let's try some other stuff. I'm going to try. Let's put it out to the musk. Nice to actually keep black. I'm not so dexterous yet. Yeah, maybe. Still haven't figured out what color that'll be there, even for the second try. But looks like there's a bit more of this to go than I thought I'd have toward the end of this stream. Which of this can I really do? Alright, let's save real quick before I forget. I got like a 4-hour trip I gotta do today. It's funny how much busier you get when you're not working. Next time around, let's start in the middle of whatever that mess is of a logo I made. Those highlights, I'll have to leave black in them and still use red to be like the outer edge, but to go over all of them. I think that will make that better. So I gotta remember. Yeah. Oh, good night and God bless you too again, Jack Ben. Get some good rest. Stay safe out there. And that curve is extreme on the stream image. I literally have to shove it off to the side to try to make it look like it's straight, which it won't work for the other drawing at all. Alright. Anything else that'll roll on with it? Yeah, let's do the hair a little bit and then I'll call it quits. But no, I can't. She's a blonde. It's gotta be that. Just maybe place the yellow in other places. Can't change that on little wisp. Well, not so, but well, you get it. Okay. Not that. Jeez. Yeah. Skip another one and put that there. One of those is gonna have to be white. Let's just try a nice simple pattern. Which we'd also have to do for this side. That was not the intended effect at all. Okay, next. Where else do I put it? I guess I'll have to trade off between white and the off yellow. Probably. Maybe. I didn't know I'd done that. Okay. Well, we'll have to fix that in post. So if I count there, that winds up being that. Ugh. I don't know how we're gonna do this. Still messy up here. Okay. Let's mess with the hair. I did not. Ooh, no. Not you. The other one. I forgot to take that into account. Oh, here's that. Okay, next one's here. Here. It's starting to get blurry, kids. Just a little bit. Huh, it might work. It might work. Okay. So here. Before I wasn't really using a pattern per se. Now I kind of am. Am I going to use white in here? I don't really have to. Okay, well maybe I'll use it on the last one. I'll count different. Let's see what happens then. This time we'll just use these three colors. And hope for the best. Alright, so this is a space that needs a couple more lines. Wait, doesn't need a couple more lines ever. That would be my alarm. Trying to wake me up when I don't even sleep at that hour anymore. Because I can't. See what happens later. Yep, that space needs more lines, alright. There's a big whoops. I just do this, but I probably would. But I shouldn't, because that would burn me out. I'm already forgetting about all these other spots. Hadn't even done the top yet. Surprised that worked. I mean, very, 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 very. Yeah, maybe we can use white in there when I try it the next time, and then I guess from that I can probably decide if it's necessary or not. Yeah, I think there should be some of these streaks that are white, but I'm not sure which ones to make them thus. You know. Oh, right. There's another part over here I forgot. So I'm going to do this. All right. Oh, right. This question. I mean, clearly this has to be that, right? But is it a question of roots or just shimmer and light? Yeah, so we forgot about that little spot. That's what that would have to be. Okay, back to you. Then this. Well, I'll have to leave it a time to stick to see what it looks like later versus the others. Nope, that's not what. Yes, it is what the color should be. It seems a bit incongruous. I still don't know what color to make that down there, but I make that a brighter yellow since it'll be on detail. And maybe keep that white. Still want to keep it white. I think I know what color I'm going to try this for next time, now that I've seen the effect of it. And I kind of like it. But first, we must finish coloring this one. Wait, what? Okay, yeah, no, it doesn't have it. I thought for a second there it was filled in, but it wasn't. Now, you'll have to change that. Need lines right here. Come on. But I also need to go to sleep, or I won't have much of a Monday left. Not after that trip that's coming up. Is that sufficient? I think it is. I need to push out some more white up there, but yeah. Got those lines here and those lines there. Make a little bit more white up here, shall we? Yes. All right, let's try a little more. Let's push in. Ooh, what a tangled mess is this? Okay. Wait, this is wrong. That line doesn't really exist. Almost like an optical illusion. No, I don't think so. Should look a little bit obscured, I think. So you know how stuff looks behind the glass. And since I do really know what the heck I'm doing, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How the heck did this count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, 8, 9. Okay, I need to make an extra one. So shizzle my dizzle. I completely forgot. About an impossible rainbow, but anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then these two things are the same color. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 bars on rainbow, that'll do it. May be more cleaning to do, but not yet time. So this time, I'll push the color of this thing to this. And since we resolved that issue, I can get away with this now. Guess so there's at least something there. Oh, I forgot about those. Yep. Oh, that's actually a darker version of it, is it? Oh, I forgot I actually wanted to try to make that star red. Let's see what that looks like. I'll just leave it there. But I think that's going to do it for me, folks, because I'm starting to fade and don't want to be doing a sleep stream, not this early on. Although I suppose if you were going to, this early on would be the time to do it so everybody would forget it. But no. It's Monday. A whole new time of fun. But this did work out a little bit better because even though I'm having to point the camera at the screen, it's doing okay. So, Lord willing, I'll get to come back tonight and I should finish this color test. And any other fixes I find, we'll do them along the way. So if there are any, they're probably in all of those little power reflection things, stars and circles and what have you, around the larger power reflections. And I think I'm going to leave the stars white on that rainbow. Maybe I should make them half black or something, so you have both the colors. But we'll see. We'll see. Well, let me do one, just so we have the example, because this is a test. All right, let's do one. And this will be the last thing I do. I don't hate that. So I was going to do one, but now I want to do like 3 to see how that looks on here. It's hard to draw a straight line. This is not bad. And then not all of them, but just like one in each set. That works. This doesn't so much, but I probably have to like stop short in between the lines of whatever the metal or whatever it would be to make that look more like something. What? I cannot tell you. But something. Okay, fine. Last ones. Yep, and you. I hope I fixed this. That is really annoying. I have to stare at that all the time. I should just fill. Okay, I did. Alright, and with that, folks, that's going to do it for now. Here is the fixed image. Hopefully, maybe there's just one more to do, perhaps not a color test. Maybe I can just do a no, I gotta do one more color test after I fix everything that I can possibly see. Especially now that the boots have 7 colors they can do. And I don't know, I could split it to 9. I can't even see room for that. but at least seven colors. We can do that on the rainbow. That'll do. But there is a bit more cleaning to be done there. And obviously there's going to be more coloring to do here. And some testing. That'll do too. Okay, well, I did it. There are improvements. So, to all of you who are out here, thank you for coming. Darren M, Jack Ben, Ancient One, all you lurkers there, thank you all. Also, I'm a lurker too on certain streams because I don't have enough time to actually go in and do it. I could just usually just put it on. I can never really, I don't have enough time to interact, which is really bad, but something I'm trying to change. Anyway, thank you all for coming. Have yourselves a fantastic rest of your Monday and day. If I don't see you again, stay safe out there. If I don't get to see you till next time, then welcome back then. All right. That's going to be a bye-bye for now. Take good care of yourselves. Onward and forward.